In this 6-hour mastering course, you're going to learn everything you need to know about mastering, which is the final phase of the production process that will help you get your track sounding loud, professional, and finished. We all know what it's like to have a mix that sounds great in your room, but then you take it out to the car and it totally falls flat. And a big part of the mastering process is making sure your mix will sound incredible on any set of speakers, headphones, or streaming platform. By the end of this course, you'll know how to take your mix from this to this. We're going to cover the absolute basics of mastering. What is mastering? Why is mastering so important? How to use EQ, compression, limiting, saturation, and other tools in the context of mastering. How loud to master your music. And even some more advanced techniques like de-essing, mid-side processing, transient shaping, and more. Now, before we begin, if you want to watch this full course without ads and without all the distractions here on YouTube, then you can watch the whole thing properly broken down into modules on our website for free. You don't need to enter your email address or anything like that. You can simply click over and start watching. Then if you do want to save your progress and stay in the loop about new free courses, you do have the option of creating a free user account. There are some great resources that go along with this course as well, including cheat sheets and PDF guides, and they're all there in the first lesson. Again, no opt-in required. We also have a bunch of other in-depth courses over there on EQ, compression, and reverb, along with replays from all our virtual events, which are full mixes and masters where you can watch everything come together. So if you want to check that out, you can just click the link in the description below and it will take you straight there, or you can go to mastering.com and click on free courses. And then you can watch this entire free course and all of our other free courses without the YouTube algorithm attempting to pull you down a rabbit hole. Just pause this video now and head on over if you want to do that. Okay, I'm going to hand you over to Dane now. He's one of our lead instructors here at mastering.com and co-owner of Black Fox Mastering. But most importantly, he's an absolutely incredible teacher and you all seem to love him. So take it away, Dane.
To start us off, let's define what mastering is with a fairly simple definition. Mastering, simply put, is the last and final step of the music production cycle for recorded music. It is where a track or collection of tracks is refined and finalized for tonal balance, dynamic consistency, and optimized for playback across various platforms and media formats. An even more simplified definition might be that mastering is simply the process of finalizing your track into a single stereo file that is ready for distribution. So, if we break down the entire music production cycle to its various stages, it would look something like this. We have songwriting, or the composition, then recording our various instruments like guitar, vocals, drums, etc., whether that's audio or MIDI, then production, which has taken on new meanings over the years, then mixing, and then finally mastering. With mixing, we create the best sonic blend of all the individual instruments and sounds in our music by processing tracks and groups of tracks individually. As an example, you might have a mix session with 50 tracks. Once all of your volume balancing and processing is done with those tracks, you sum those 50 tracks down into one stereo file, which can be placed on a single stereo track to be mastered. Mastering truly is the very last stage of the entire process of making a record. Once that's done, you'll be in possession of the final product ready for distribution. There won't be anything else to do with the actual audio file once it's mastered and exported from your DAW. Therefore, a mastering engineer acts as a kind of final QC for the record, ensuring that all of the intended sonic and dynamic qualities and characteristics are met in the final product. Now, I want to get a little bit more granular and talk about what mastering can and can't do. It is critical to establish the mindset that mastering is an opportunity to enhance the music rather than to fix or solve problems that stem from any other part of the production process. In other words, any problems with your song, composition, sound selection, recording, production, and/or mix can't really be solved nor should be solved with mastering. Remember the word enhance when it comes to mastering. There are two main areas of enhancement that mastering can and should make which we'll cover in detail in this course, enhancing the sonic or EQ spectrum, and enhancing the dynamic spectrum. And as a bonus, we'll touch on stereo imaging. Just keep in mind that 90% of your stereo imaging and width should come from your mix. Now, you won't always be in the position to only make enhancements in order to achieve the best results. As your ear improves, even the most minor problems will become more and more noticeable. And these minor adjustments can be addressed in the mastering process. In fact, I don't really see them as actual problems. We just use the term solving problems as a way to separate the order of operations within the mastering process. Technology these days has afforded us the ability to do some pretty amazing things when it comes to fixing problems in audio. From removing bird sounds out of recordings to removing room ambience on a vocal, or even separating and extracting different instruments from a single stereo file. However, these technologies should never be something that are used in the mastering process to solve problems. Again, the key word here is enhance, which means to take something that is already sounding really good and make it great. There's actually more clarity, excitement, things sound more open, like the instruments now seem to breathe better. The transient detail and low end is more pronounced, etc. That's what mastering can and should do to one extent or another. But notice how each of these descriptions mostly describe how the sonic or EQ spectrum of the track sounds. We didn't make the song sound completely different. It didn't change the instruments themselves or restructure the tune or add space to the track. Mastering should always be looked at as a means to enhance an already good composition, song, recording, production, and mix. A colleague of mine once put it in a pretty clever way. He said that mastering is like taking a pretty good tasting taco and turning it into a super taco. What mastering won't do, however, is take that taco and turn it into a hamburger. And it won't be able to take your spoiled, cheap, processed taco meat and suddenly make it taste fresh and gourmet. It is pretty unfair to ask a mastering engineer to take your metal track and tell them to make it sound like the latest Taylor Swift hit. I think you get my point. Also, something worth noting about great mastering engineers is that they already are working with the best of the best of the best. You've got great music being recorded with great gear and technique, being produced by pro-level producers. Then it's passed on by an amazing mix engineer who's been doing mixing for years. By the time the stereo file makes its way to the mastering engineer, it's already sounding pretty damn good. Each specialist in their own lane has hopefully done their very best work that they could on the track. Add to that a great sounding master and you have yourself a track that will perform the best that it possibly can. So to recap, mastering is the very final stage of the production cycle. It is where we make sonic and dynamic enhancements and export the music into a final stereo file, ready for distribution. Next up, we'll discuss why mastering is important and why you should care about it perhaps more than you already do. So, why is mastering important and why should you care about it enough to go deeper on the subject? Well, there's a few points we'll discuss about the why with mastering, and stay with me here because this mindset stuff is actually way more important than you'd ever think. First, mastering has proven something interesting. This isn't theory or hypothesis. This is based on too much anecdotal evidence to ignore, personally speaking, and from so many others. At mastering.com, if you didn't already know, we started out by training producers and engineers how to master. That's all we did for years. And we trained well over 1,000 musicians on how to do that at a professional level. And I would estimate that around 60 to 70% of the students are producers making their own music. One of the most common pieces of feedback we've received over the years is that learning how to master made them better producers, not just better engineers, better producers. And there's a few practical reasons for this that I want to explain. The first has to do with the concept of objective versus subjective listening and the part of the brain that mastering strengthens as a producer and engineer. If you put objective and subjective on a spectrum, you could say that production occupies the more right or subjective and creative side of our brain. And on the complete opposite side, you have the objective side, which would be mastering. And mixing falls somewhere in between the two. Of these three, production, mixing, and mastering, there is no question that mastering requires and activates the more objective part of our brain, especially when it comes to learning how to do it. And this is simply due to the fact that as a mastering engineer, you're the final say as to when the music has reached its final sonic and dynamic requirements to please you or the client. That's not to say that there isn't any artistry or feeling when it comes to mastering. There certainly is. But there's simply just a lot more accuracy and precision and technicality that goes into making final decision as to how things sound. This means that your listening environment needs to be dialed in and more accurate and precise, and so do your ears. You have to be able to hear actual frequencies, and frequencies don't care about how your music sounds creatively or what genre it is. Frequencies are just numbers. But in order to achieve the desired sound at a pro level, you have to be able to translate what you're hearing and feeling on a subjective level into actual frequencies. So you might describe a sound and say it's muddy, clear, harsh, smooth, boomy, etc. But each one of those words can be translated into actual frequencies that are useful to you as an engineer. So we can think of the production cycle as a kind of arc when it comes to the whole subjective versus objective listening spectrum. As a musician, you don't think about frequencies, especially when you're just starting out with creating your own music. You're thinking and making decisions about your music from a purely creative and subjective standpoint, and you should. However, what we've found is that the more our students strengthen their objective listening skills, aka identifying frequencies and dynamics at a really subtle level, the quicker and more accurate their decision making became throughout the entire production cycle. And the faster you can be at executing on any technical aspect of the production process, the better you can stay in that creative flow. All right, that's point number one. The second reason as to why mastering makes you a better producer has to do with the fact that mastering exposes everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything from sonic problems and dynamic issues, improper volume balance, to even noticing little audio gremlins like pops and clicks that you weren't noticing before in the production process. And if you remember our discussion a moment ago about the whole objective versus subjective listening, what's happening is that when you go to master your music, all of a sudden you're listening with a different part of your brain than you were before, and it naturally picks up on different things. Additionally, something happens when you bounce out your stereo track and import it into a fresh, new mastering session. When you listen without staring at all of your tracks and processing and automation, it almost frees up your mental attention in a way that causes you to hear different details, and things will all of a sudden jump out to you in different ways. It's almost like you're putting down the paintbrush and stepping away from a painting and looking at it from a completely new angle and perspective. Additionally, mastering exposes everything because of the use of brick wall limiting as the final process. Later on, we'll do a deeper dive on how to apply limiting in mastering, but for now, I want to explain what limiting does to expose sonic problems. One of the more common problems I find with more novice level students is excessive high end from sibilants, from cymbals, etc. When you push the volume of your track into a brick wall limiter, your music's volume will hit the output ceiling set by the limiter and it won't go over. As you increase the gain and push that gain into the limiter, it will bring up the quieter elements and details in your mix. And any details that are bad will be made even worse with limiting. Also, if the volume balance of your mix is not right, limiting will bring that to your attention as well. Limiting will also expose whether or not you've controlled dynamics well enough in your mix. If your mix is too dynamic, then limiting or any other dynamics processing can only take it so far with loudness before you run into some negative effects like pumping, squishing, or distortion. The reality that you will ultimately come to face by the end of this course is that limiting will be the easiest part of the mastering process if everything prior to it has been executed on really well. All right, that's enough mindset for now. Now we're just going to get really practical, technical, and jump into the DAW. Next up, we're going to show you how we prepare a mix to be exported for mastering. See you there. In this lesson, we're going to jump right into the DAW and demonstrate how to prepare a mix for mastering. There's really only 5 steps in the checklist for preparing your mix for mastering. We'll just go through them and demonstrate one at a time. The first point on the checklist isn't really something to demonstrate, it's just to talk about. This is making sure that you're happy with the mix. And I know that sounds really obvious, but it is so critical that you take the time to keep pushing and pushing and pushing back onto the mix until it's just right. Because when you get to mastering, your control over how loud your kick is compared to your snare, compared to your vocal, compared to your bass and keys, that goes out the window. You're not able to fix those things anymore. So you really need to make sure that you take the time, put it out to the car, travel with it, do whatever you got to do to make sure that you're absolutely happy with that mix before you actually export it to master. Okay, so that's the first point. The second one is make sure that the mix is not clipping. And this is really the only hard rule that there is with preparing your mix for export. And so when I say not clipping, what that means is you want to make sure that every single channel in your mix, from individual channels to group channels to your master stereo out channel, all of these channels, as long as they're within an under 0 dBFS, that stands for 0 dB full scale. dBFS is simply your DAW's representation of how it measures volume on these channels. So when you see the meters jumping up and down, you see this readout here, that's measuring negative 5.6 dBFS. And I've already done the work to make sure that my mix is not clipping over 0 dBFS. So as long as it's negative, it can go all the way up as far as negative 0.1 dBFS on the highest peaks, you're good. So the way that you would check that is you would simply go to the loudest part of your song. That's typically the chorus. Might not always be the case, but typically your chorus is going to be your loudest section, just wherever the most dense part of your mix is. Play it and just check and make sure that all of your faders, or not faders, but the level reading on your meters here is within that 0 dBFS threshold. So I'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to hit play on the chorus here.
So please tell me lies, so I don't have to go to bed another lonely night.
All right, cool. There's some things I still want to do with this vocal. This mix isn't quite finished yet, but it's almost there. And I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. But there you have it. I am well within range, a healthy range in terms of, not clipping. So just make sure that the mix is not clipping on any of your channels and you're good to go. That's the only hard rule. The next is kind of like a rule of thumb, which is as mastering engineers, we aim for peaking no higher than negative 6 dB on the loudest peaks from the start of mastering. So when we go to start mastering and apply the first set of processing, you want to start with a file that's peaking no higher than negative 6 dBFS. That just ensures that you have enough headroom to apply your processing to. You're going to be adding EQ, you're going to be adding boosts here and there, you're going to be using dynamics processing. So that just gives you all the headroom that you need to make sure that you're feeding all of your processing at a healthy level, giving you the headroom that you need to do the job well. Right? We're not going to go into any more detail than that as to why. But the reason I say that this is a rule of thumb is because in all reality, if you send your mix out or export your mix out and it's higher than negative 6 dBFS, as long as you're not clipping, it really doesn't make a difference. The only difference that it makes is it's just one less step. If you take the time to just bring all of your faders down, right? So you'd basically just select all of your tracks, right? Not your stereo out, but all of your other tracks and bring them down until you're within negative 6 dB at the highest peaks. That's going to save you one extra step and plugin that you don't have to use, like a gain or trim plugin. When you import it into a mastering session, you're going to have to bring that down, right? But in all reality, like I said, it's a rule of thumb. As long as you're not peaking and going over 0 dBFS or negative 0.1 dBFS, you're really fine. Okay. So that's why I call it a rule of thumb, because as mastering engineers, we want to actually start the mastering job peaking no higher than -6 dBFS. All right, next rule is make sure that your EQ compensation is deactivated. On the stereo out here, I have my EQ compensation, which is SonarWorks, and this just accounts for and corrects anomalies, frequency problems, room modes, and issues in my room. So I actually listen and mix through this filter, this EQ correction that SonarWorks is applying. And I don't want to add that to my mix. I don't want this going through my mix or my mix going through it, right? That's just to monitor and listen through. So I just make sure I deactivate that before exporting. And you might have different EQ compensation software. Just make sure that that's deactivated. And then the last step is make sure to export your track as a stereo wave file. So when I'm ready to go, I just hit Command B in Logic, and that pulls up the bounce window. Some DAWs call it exporting, some call it bouncing. Logic calls it bouncing. It's the same thing. It's just exporting and summing all of your channels into this stereo channel and feeding that out into a final file, stereo file. So the settings we'll go over just really quickly. The most important thing is that it's a WAV file, 24-bit. Just keep the same sample rate as the session you're in, whether it's 48 or 41. This isn't going to be a time to argue about which sample rate is better. You have engineers on all sides of the fence, 96, 88, 44.1, 48. We're not going to talk about that here. Just make sure that's at the same sample rate as the session that you were working in. Interleave just is going to make sure that you're not splitting this into separate mono files. And then, so interleaved is a single stereo file. And then normalize, you want that to be off because normalization will bring the volume up. Okay. Dithering, sure, if you want, whatever, but I don't usually do that on mixes. It's more of like a mastering thing typically. That's another whole other conversation that we'll get into later on. So this is ready to bounce, and I just hit OK. I want it to be offline because that's just faster, right? For the fact that I'm using only in the box plugins. I don't have any outboard gear. Anytime you have outboard gear, that's really the only time you'd want to do a real-time bounce. That just ensures that whatever audio is running through that outboard gear will get printed into that file. So that's it. I just hit OK, name my file. This is Pretty Liar _ mix number, whatever, version this is. And then I hit bounce, and I just want to make sure that I send it to my final mixes folder or whatever folder that you have set up in your file hierarchy system. So that's it. Next up, we're going to go ahead and show you how to set up a mastering session. We'll see there. In this lesson, we'll show you how to set up a mastering session and import your track to start mastering. The first thing that we want to do is set up a stereo audio track. And we'll want to set up 2 of them. So I can actually go number of tracks 2 and just make sure that these are set to audio inputs 1 and 2 for stereo, hit create. And now we're ready to go ahead and name these final mix, and the other one will be reference track. And so these are the only tracks that you'll need to set up for mastering sessions where you're mastering a single. We're not going to show you how to master an album. So this template will be how to set up a session to master a single, because that's what this course will revolve around. And then all you need to do is import both your final mix file and your reference track to these tracks respectively. So the next thing that you're going to do is set both your buffer size and your sample rate. And the way to do that would be to go to Logic Pro, Settings, Audio, and your buffer size will be right here. Buffer size simply means the time that it takes for your computer to process the audio. A lower buffer size is more for things like recording, where you're trying to avoid latency, and a higher buffer size is more optimal for things like mixing and mastering, where you're going to have a ton of processing and plugins for the computer to process your audio through. I set mine at 128 and kind of just leave it there. That's kind of an optimal setting for me. But really what you need to do is just experiment with each of these buffer sizes for your computer to see which is going to be the most efficient. For sample rate, what you'll want to do is always match the project session sample rate to the sample rate of the audio file you're importing to be mastered. So if I go to my audio file here, I see that it's at 44.1, and I'll just want to make sure that I change my sample rate under record settings and audio, and just make sure that those are the same. And so right now they are. So I can change this to whatever sample rate that my audio file is in, and you're good to go. So just remember that the sample rate you set for the project session always needs to match the sample rate of the audio file you're importing. That's it for sample rate and buffer size. Next, we want to make sure that we have our metering plugins set on our stereo out channel. And so the ones that we use are both the PAS analyzer for the frequency spectrum. We'll go ahead and dive into this plugin in more detail when we get to the EQ portion of this course. And then we use this MOT meter to measure both the loudness and the dynamic range to make sure that we have a healthy dynamic range as we're applying all of our dynamics processing. So you may not have these, that's fine. There will be other kind of free options out there that we can link you to, but just know that these are great to have to make sure that you're matching both the sonic and dynamic spectrum of your master to that of the reference track. And then the last thing that you want to have is if you have any EQ compensation software, you want to have that as the last plugin in your chain. And in my case, I use SonarWorks. It's a great DRC to sort of compensate for any room modes or problems in my room so that I have a flat and accurate listening environment. All right, now you can actually save this as a template. So we go to File, and I say Save as Template, and then I can name this whatever I want. Mastering Session Single. And I've already got one set up. So now you're ready to go. Anytime you want to do a new mastering session, you have this template, and all these plugins and tracks and everything are ready to go to import both your final mix and your reference track. That's it for this. We'll see you on the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn the what, the why, and how of using references when mastering. Regrettably, this is one of the things that took me years to fully appreciate and adopt in my process with both mixing and mastering and even production. When I started to adopt the practice of using references and doing it effectively, it truly helped accelerate my growth and improve my skills as an engineer and producer. So if you're not already doing this, I promise it will do the same for you. So what is referencing when it comes to mastering? Well, referencing in general, in the context of music production, is simply the process of comparing well-produced mix and master tracks that are similar in style and sound to the track that you're working on. It's a crucial step in any stage of the production process because it helps guide you towards that track that will compete at a professional level. The concept is simple. If your track sounds good or better than your reference track, ding, 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 you've arrived. It's not complicated, but the more I mentor students, the more I see how much choosing a reference track can paralyze some. And it shouldn't. As the definition states, it simply needs to be well mastered or professionally mastered, similar in style and or similar in sound. That's it. There's no need to overcomplicate this. I know for a fact that some of you might have a natural knee-jerk reaction to what I would call the dualism of using references as an artist. If you're an artist trying to be you and sound original, then using references might feel a bit like copying and moving away from originality. The reality is that we've all been using references subconsciously, if not directly, simply due to the fact that every piece of music we've ever listened to or learned to play has left a mark on our subconscious and makes its way into our creative decision making. Luckily for you, using references has nothing to do with copying and much more to do with developing your critical listening skills for achieving the desired sonic target. Besides, with mastering, we analyze and listen to our references in a much more objective way that doesn't really allow us to do any kind of copying whatsoever. At the end of this lesson, I'll give you a tip and an additional resource to use that will help guide you with finding references. So the concept and definition of referencing and using references is pretty much the same across all stages of the music production process. It's simply just a target that we're aiming for, which guides our production, mixing, and mastering decisions. But the way that we approach it mentally is slightly different when it comes to mastering. If you remember our discussion from the previous lesson, we talked about the differences between objective and subjective listening. Well, when it comes to using references and mastering, we listen to and analyze references in an objective way because it requires an objectively trained ear where we're listening to frequencies and volume and dynamics. Remember that frequencies and volume are just numbers. They don't really care about the genre that you're working in. I'm going to give you a demonstration, but let me quickly give you a few reasons as to why you should care about using references. For one, references provide you with a target and a guide for sonic, dynamic, and loudness-based decision-making, and we already covered this earlier on. Also, references help to develop your critical listening skills. Think of reverse engineering your favorite records. The better you get at listening objectively to hearing subtle differences between frequencies, volume, and dynamics, the more equipped you'll be at reverse engineering how records were put together. Also, references introduce objectivity into a very creative endeavor, which allows you to push back on a client that has unrealistic expectations. If a client who has a heavy metal track is asking you to make their track sound like the latest Taylor Swift hit, then you now have a reference to use to push back on that unrealistic expectation. References help you to understand the artist's intent, whether it's your own or your client's. This is akin to a picture painting 1,000 words. It's often much more effective to just simply show me what it is that you want and what you're going for than to try to describe that in words. Next is that references will reveal flaws in the engineering and production process, which helps to push back and improve those processes. Now let's show you how to use references properly. All right, in this demonstration, we're going to walk you through step by step how to import and use reference tracks in your DAW, and use that to bridge the gap between where your track is frequency-wise and where the reference track is on the frequency spectrum. So there's really just one question that you need to answer as a mastering engineer when it comes to references, and that is, what is the frequency profile overall of your mix or the client's mix, and how far do you have to go to bridge the gap and get in the ballpark of the frequency profile of your reference? So we're going to use our ears and a frequency analyzer to do that. So the first step is this. We need to import, obviously, our reference or get it into our DAW somehow. I'm not going to go in detail how to, use more technical applications like loopback audio. These are audio capture devices, which allow me to stream audio into my DAW. So that's what I've done. But what you can do is use Amazon Music and purchase a track. You want to make sure that you purchase, if it's an MP3, that it's a high quality MP3. So Amazon Music will provide that. High quality MP3 is 320 kbps, and anything lower than that you want to avoid. The other option is to use HD tracks. If you want to purchase like a lossless format, HD tracks will get you lossless audio formats, which will be, WAV or FLAC or, any number of lossless formats. And the way that you would stream audio into your DAW would be through something like Tidal if you wanted lossless. So Tidal allows you to stream high quality lossless formats like WAV, FLAC, AIFF, etc. Or you can actually select on the quality setting in Spotify, you can select very high as the quality setting. So if I go to Spotify, that's just right here under settings. If I go to settings, boom, I'm already there. I can go to the audio quality, streaming quality, and make sure it's on very high. This is essentially a high quality MP3. It's 320 kbps. Don't do anything lower than that. Moving on. So the next thing that we need to do is volume match. This is the first thing that we need to do when we bring our reference into our DAW. We want to volume match our reference to our final mix. So here I have a final mix by an artist named Simbasax. This song or track is called Dusk. This is a dance instrumental track, and I have another dance instrumental track by Jesper Ryom called Luminal. This is the reference that I'm using. So let's go ahead and volume match. And what we want to do is volume match based on perceived loudness, because if we try to match volume based on the DBFS readout here, then our reference track almost every time is going to sound louder because it's more compressed and it's limited and compressed. It's mastered. So we're going to use our ears to do that instead of relying strictly on the readout on the DBFS meter. Let's find the loudest section first, or more dense section of our final mix. And I can pretty much tell that just based on kind of the audio waveform here. Cool. And now we're going to do the same for our reference. Let's start with the volume all the way down and gradually bring it up until we get relatively in the ballpark volume-wise. So just by ear, I know I'm doing this quickly because I've done this so much, but just by ear, that sounds about right to me. Let's flip back and forth. Maybe this can be a little bit louder. I think that's good. Cool. Now that we have volume matched, one other thing I wanted to mention was that if you want to, you can use a plugin called Reference 2 by mastering the mix. This is not like a sponsored ad for them. This is just something that we really like to use. Reference 2 uses like their own algorithm to volume match for you, so you don't have to do that. It's a really fantastic plugin, and it allows you to do other things in terms of referencing as well. So I'd really highly recommend you check that out. But I'm going to do the free version, which is just to simply, this is what I did for several years, honestly, before I even got a hold of this plugin. All right, so now that we've got things volume matched, what we're going to do is bring up a frequency analyzer. So that's the next step. And you can use either PAS by Waves. This is a really affordable, I think like $30 plugin, maybe even less, or the free version or free frequency analyzer that you could use is Vox Singo Span. I'm going to demonstrate using PAS because I really love and rely on this, and I know that a lot of pros do as well. A lot of engineers, but I've seen a lot of pros use this as well. So the point is you want to make sure that this is set up in a way that gets you a really kind of high level frequency snapshot of the frequency spectrum. What we don't want to do is hyper focus on every little detail of every little spike and peak, every little frequency. What this is going to do, the way that we're setting this up, and I'll pull this up right now, is we have here more broad brushstrokes in terms of the readout of the frequency spectrum. We're not seeing every tiny little detail. If I was to bring up the frequency analyzer in this stock Logic plugin, let's go ahead and listen and watch the difference between these analyzers. So general slope is the same, but look how much more detail there is here that we're not really going to perceive. It's not that your ears can't hear these. If you train your ears well enough, you'll start to hear more and more frequencies. But as a mastering engineer, because we're going to be doing broad brushstrokes when it comes to mastering, broad moves are going to require broad listening, right? Broad objective listening. And so we want something that represents a broader representation of the frequency spectrum, what we are actually perceiving like at a high level. And that's why we use the PAS analyzer versus like a stock plugin analyzer, right? That gives us too much detail. Again, we're looking at the high level frequency balance. Now that I've kind of explained all of that, let's go ahead and discuss like how we actually do this. So what we're doing again was we're listening objectively for frequencies and volume, and we're going to do that to then translate what we're seeing and hearing to the actual mix and production of our reference and make comparisons as to, okay, what frequencies are kind of popping up. Where are those frequencies coming from essentially? From this mix versus our mix. And then that's going to allow us to make informed decisions as to how to bridge the gap and get into the ballpark. So let me kind of do a really obvious kind of explanation of this and kind of expound on this a little bit. Let's say I had a frequency profile, right, of a section where I didn't have any kick going on. Let's see if we can find that here. Okay. Listen for all the instruments. Just make a mental note of everything that you're hearing. I hear very little bass, and so you can see that the bass, which is, down below, well below 150 hertz, is really kind of low here, right? If I were to play an area where the bass comes in, notice how the frequency profile changes. There's our kick. Our kick happens at around 50 hertz, right? And let's listen to our bass. The bass kind of jumps up and down around 80 or so, and maybe goes as low as around like 59 or 60, right? What's cool about this is now I go, okay, they've actually done a really good job separating and choosing a kick that's in a lower frequency than their basses, right? So that's a really good kind of mix observation, that kind of informs like how a great mix and production comes together, right? Choose instruments that occupy different frequencies so you can fill up the spectrum and have separation naturally. Let's go back here again. If I were to try to match, let's pretend this was my mix and that this was the reference. If I was to try to match the bass, I'm going to then have to go in and boost the low end until it matches that. That doesn't make sense because there's no kick in this section here, right, that we were playing. Right over here. I think you get my point. So we have to keep the instrumentation and the mix in mind when trying to figure out, okay, how do we bridge the gap here while maintaining and respecting, the intention and the instrumentation of the music. Let's go ahead and kind of figure out where are all these frequencies coming from, and then make some observations, high-level observations about the difference in the frequency profile of both of these. I'm going to go to this section here. So we've already determined that's our kick and our bass. Let's keep going up the frequency spectrum here. Some synth information from here to about here. Let's keep going. There's not much in terms of like these upper mids here, like this 2 to 4K or 2 to 6K range. Not much going on. I want you to notice something. As we progress here, you're going to hear, and I know this just because I listened to this already, but you're going to hear a piano kind of come in, and a filter is going to be swept so that more and more frequencies are introduced in this area, filling up this range here. So we've finally kind of reached and arrived at a point where we have all the instruments, the piano, the bass, the synths, the stuff going up above this frequency range here. And look at the frequency profile, kind of a gradual slope and a really even distribution of frequencies. For the most part, that's what a great mix will look like. And I say for the most part because, of course, you have different genres that don't have really dense instrumentation. You might have a more stripped down jazz instrumental, and you have a saxophone that causes frequencies to really spike and go all around here and then not much maybe above there, right? Maybe you've got just a few instruments going on and then not much kick, you know what I mean? Like maybe you don't have hardly any low end going on in that jazz record. That's why it's so useful to bring in a reference that's similar in instrumentation or similar in kind of sound. And when I say sound, I mean frequencies, right? And as you do this more and more, you'll get better at kind of picking references that are either in kind of the ballpark of the same sound and or genre. Doesn't always have to match the same exact genre, but it's really kind of the overall sound, that we're comparing. Now that we can see, okay, our piano occupies this range here. All right, well, let's go ahead and keep going and see if we can find out where are these frequencies coming from. We'll go ahead and keep playing. I'm going to go ahead and actually create a filter here and see where things kind of cut off at the piano. So the piano doesn't change all that much. When I filter out the high end, it changes a little bit, but it doesn't change drastically, which tells me, okay, there's a lot more going on other than the piano above, let's say 7K. All right, so let's go ahead and take that off. Take these off. And let's listen. Listen to some of the high end percussion going on. I hear pretty much a shaker and a tambourine. Watch this little area right here, this little cat ear that you can see. This is going to spike up whenever you hear the tambourine. Let's zoom in really far and see which frequency that is. I'm going to go ahead and do this. And then I'm going to come all the way over. It's about 14K. It gets cut off there a little bit, but that's 14.2K. That's where it at least kind of peaks at. And then our shaker is more in the range of from like here, 10 all the way down. Yeah, so from about 6 maybe to 10K is our shaker. And I know there's going to be more frequencies above that, of course, but we're looking at like where are the main kind of frequency areas that are causing this frequency profile above the mid-range, right? So this is really useful because now when I go to the actual mix, I'm going to listen to what are the instruments that are causing the frequency profile of my mix. Let's go ahead and check that out. Interesting. Let's keep going. Interesting. Our high end is more sloped. And what are we missing that we had that caused more frequencies up here? We're missing a tambourine. We don't have a tambourine. We have shakers. So our frequency profile starts to drop down a little bit more aggressively compared to our reference. Everything else is pretty much in the ballpark, I would say. I would say we have just in this mix a lot more of these kind of like mid-range frequencies here that we don't have in this mix here, right? And that's just because the instrumentation is different, but the overall balance, relatively speaking, is similar, right? And so I can see, for one, I'm going to want more low end, right? I think there's an opportunity to have more low end and get more in the ballpark of our reference. Yep. And so in order to get that, I'm not going to match it perfectly, but that tells me I've got room. And I can hear that too. So you're not just going to look at this, but I'm going to listen for and hear, is there more low end in the reference than in mine? And we can hear that and we can see it. Listen again carefully. More of this kind of like below 60 hertz low end happening. And this is why ear training, folks, is so critical. I can't stress that enough. Make sure you're ear training, because that will allow you to more quickly figure out where these frequencies are coming from and allow you to just quickly identify problems and correct those problems or areas of enhancement. Are there opportunities? The next question we want to ask really is, are there opportunities to push back on the mix? Well, in my opinion, this is a great sounding mix. The engineer, the producer himself mixed it. And so he did a really good job just painstakingly getting this to a point where he was really happy with it. And in fact, I remember him going through and sending me a few mixes before we settled on the final one, right? And I helped kind of push back and forth on that. But I know what I want to do with this. I want to lift the top end, not to the point where I'm trying to match the top end of the reference exactly because of the difference in the instrumentation, right? I'm keeping that in mind. But I do hear that this is a brighter sound. But this has a softer top end in terms of just the natural instrumentation. You know, the softer high end is coming because he's using a softer shaker and more kind of subdued high-end percussive elements. So I'm going to keep that in mind, but I still want to open up this top end a little bit. But the nice thing is I'm not going to have to do a ton of work there. The other thing I'm hearing, and I'll get more into this as we apply the frequency moves with our EQ, I'm hearing and also noticing that we have a lot more information in this mid-range here between about 500, between about here all the way up until about maybe 2K. And that's because of a couple things. For one, listen to kind of the main melodic instrument. It's like a guitar type instrument, like a Middle Eastern kind of string instrument. Listen to this. Excuse my singing, but that's where this frequency is coming from. Let's go ahead and do that again. Let's play the track without that solo. And then watch it pop up when that instrument comes in. Let's do that again. There it is. Look at this little mountain right there, right? Cool. So that is coming from that instrument. And so I want to keep that in mind. Now, this frequency I'm hearing is just a little bit, there's too much of it. So I'm going to address that as a problem to fix, but I'm not going to have to do a ton of work to bring this within, I think, an acceptable kind of range. So this is how we do this. This is how we use references, particularly when it comes to observing and analyzing the frequency spectrum of our mix to understand, okay, where's that gap? Where are the gaps coming from? What instrumentation do I have in mind versus the reference? And how's that translating to the actual frequency profile, of the track? And that's going to help you make those objective, informed decisions, right? To then go back to your mix and either fix problems or maybe push back on the mix and say, hey, I think we could bring up your shaker or bring up your tambourine if you want this to match more perfectly to the reference, right? So that's the type of pushback that you can do as a mastering engineer. And that's going to be really valuable to mix engineers or to yourself if you're mixing your own music. In summary, referencing is an essential practice to ensure that your work is competitive and professional in the music industry. It will help pour gasoline on and fuel your progress to delivering final masters that stand up against commercially released tracks that you and your clients love. And yes, eventually beat them. In this lesson, we're going to answer the very simple question as to why we use EQ in mastering. Or in other words, what is EQ used for in mastering? There are two main purposes for using EQ when mastering, and they're pretty much the same for how we approach EQ for mixing, minus the more creative uses for EQ. The first is to bring the mix to baseline, and that's with using either cuts or boosts, mostly cuts though. And the second is to make enhancements by boosting. Now, the word enhance by definition is to improve or make better. And you might think, well, shouldn't any move you make, whether it's a cut or a boost, improve the sound if done in the right places? Yes, but for the sake of simplicity and separating the process mentally, we'll be referring to enhancements as a final overall step in using EQ. Now, before we break down those two things in more detail, we need to remind ourselves about the mindset we need to have as mastering engineers. And the mindset I'm referring to is this. In an ideal scenario, mastering is not the place to solve problems that come from the mix or the production or the arrangement or songwriting. Your job as a mastering engineer is to take something that already sounds great and make it sound even better. Therefore, it's important to establish boundaries or limitations in the mastering process that direct our attention to the source of any problems we might be trying to solve with mastering. I'll give you an example that I've actually come across. Let's say that you're listening to a mix, getting ready to master it, and it almost sounds like the high end is completely rolled off on half of the instruments, like a blanket has been put over the speakers. To remedy this, you grab an EQ and start to boost the high end above 6K with a shelving boost. You then realize that it's going to need a lot of high end to get it anywhere close to your reference track. And you see that you've already boosted 8 dB to try and get it there. And the mix still falls short of having the clarity your reference has. In fact, you keep going and end up boosting 15 decibels in order to get some of these instruments to open up like your reference. But now solving this problem has created another problem. Now the sibilance in the vocals is making your ears bleed. This is a scenario in which pushing back on the mix, production, or recording process when possible will yield far better results. Now, if you don't already know what I mean by pushing back, that just means that you look back to the mix, production, or recording process to find the source of the issues and solve them there. And you can even go back as far as the arrangement of the song. A great arrangement will be so much easier to mix than a song that only has bass guitars playing every single part. This process of pushing back is what makes mastering your own work so powerful. Learning to master your own work so that it sounds professional will quickly make you realize that perhaps you need to brush up on your skills in recording, arrangement, production, mixing, or even songwriting. It puts a mirror up to you and your skills as an engineer/producer. Therefore, as I mentioned earlier, it's important to establish boundaries or limits in the mastering process, which, when exceeded, will force you to go back to the other phases of the production cycle and solve those problems there. In light of this concept, there's a rule of thumb for EQ that will really help you determine whether or not you should look back to the mix. That rule is this. Any time that you find yourself cutting or boosting more than 6 decibels, that's a good sign that you need to go back and fix your mix or your production, etc. Mastering is not where you solve problems with the mix or the production. Remember the word enhance. Don't be too robotic or rigid with this, however, After all, it's a rule of thumb. If you find that you're only having to make EQ moves that are within 3 decibels, that's a pretty good sign that you're working with a great mix in production. And if you're working with your own productions and mixes, you should work towards having to do as little as possible with your EQ moves in mastering. This will always result in the best sound. When all you have to do is focus your energy on making the mix sound even better, that's when you can take a great tasting taco and turn it into a super taco. All right, now that we have a healthy mindset and understand our boundaries, let's break down the steps of using EQ in mastering. First, we identify the differences, and that's between our mix and our reference. Then we bring it to baseline. Then we make enhancements, and that can include low boosts, mid-range boosts, high boosts, and saturation. Next, let's talk about identifying the differences between your mix and the reference. If you remember the demonstration on using references, we analyzed the frequency spectrum of the final mix and compared that to the frequency spectrum of the reference. This is the first step of observing and identifying differences. In the process of analyzing the mix, we noticed that there was either too much of any given frequency or not enough of other frequencies compared to our reference or target. There's something really important to keep in mind when doing this. When identifying differences, you have to keep the instrumentation of the mix in mind in connection with the frequency curve of the track. Also, we make observations on a broad scale. Rather than zooming way in, we're zooming out to see trends. So, as you're analyzing the frequency spectrum of your mix and the reference, ask yourself these questions. What is the overall shape of this curve? Does it slope down evenly and gradually from low to high? Is the curve relatively flat? Does it have more of a smiley face curve? Does it gradually taper off towards the high end? Or if it's more of a lo-fi track, maybe there's a more sudden drop off in the high end. As you're listening, you're making these observations in connection to where the frequencies of the mix come from. If the song doesn't have a kick drum, you might not see any information down below 100 hertz. If it's a lo-fi hip-hop track, the high end might roll off more aggressively. Naturally, the next step is to identify the high-level differences between the frequency response of your mix and that of your reference track. And the more and more you do this process and train your objective ear, the faster and more natural this process will flow for you. Let's now take a look at the frequency response of some different genres and make those connections. Then we'll identify and discuss the gaps between our mix and our reference track. All right, in this video demonstration, we're going to show a couple of things. First, I want to show you how we make observations with EQ as a mastering engineer, because it's fundamentally different to how we make observations and listen to the frequencies as a mix engineer. We don't have our nose into the weeds as much like we do in mixing. I have 9 different tracks here in different genres and styles, ranging from jazz to hip hop, all the way down to metalcore, pop, and everything in between. And the point of this is to show you that as mastering engineers, we listen and make observations from a much higher vantage point than if we were mixing. Because we don't have access to the individual tracks and instruments as a mastering engineer, we have to listen from a much broader perspective. And because of this, any EQ moves that we would make will likewise be more broad. So we're looking at broader brushstrokes. Whereas in mixing, you make finer adjustments. You also make broad adjustments depending on the track you're working on and depending on the stage of EQing a certain track you are in. But again, we're thinking broad moves, broad brushstrokes, and therefore that's exactly how we'll make observations in mastering. I don't really care about every little frequency detail in the mix at this point, but rather what is the overall frequency curve from low to high and what is the shape of that generally speaking. There will be a time to zoom in closer and make any observations as to the differences between your mix and the reference, but right now we're simply observing the overall high level frequency curve. And one of the things that I will comment on quite a bit as we compare these different genres is how the instrumentation and volume balance of the mix accounts for the frequency spectrum of each of these tracks. Once we're done sort of analyzing each of these commercially released tracks, we'll then go on to identify the differences between our mix down here. This is the track that we'll be mastering in this course and demonstrating, the different stages of mastering. And we're going to compare the differences between this mix and our reference, this Anti-Hero Taylor Swift record. From there, we'll then have the information that we need to guide and direct our EQ decisions so that we're getting closer to the ballpark of this reference track. All right, so let's jump in. Very first track here is a jazz track by James Jackson, Jazz Trio. Let's have a listen here. Really great, fantastic mix and master, giving emphasis to just the crisp quality of all of these, instruments. The upright bass we have occupying this low end frequency information here. We have an acoustic jazz kit that has that sort of like brush thing going on all the way in the high end. This is a really high extension frequency-wise, going all the way up to 16K and above. And then we have a lot of the acoustic, other acoustic instrumentation. Well, really, it's just a piano, right? Occupying the majority of this frequency mound here from, 125 all the way to, 2K. So a really kind of just general like mountain, just one kind of big mound. And that's very different to what you're going to see in some of these other tracks. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our hip hop track here.
Pedal down the foot, heels, wheelies on the front. Pedal down the foot, heels, wheelies on the front.
I got this 8990 Pistons chin flat bill, black starter cap with the hologram tags, white mag rims, red rubber tires, chain frame pegs, grip shit from my supplier, dope man attire. Get out with these wheels that I'm on, rap sheet that'll say that I'm tied in.
Pedal down the foot, heels, wheelies on the front. Pedal down the foot, heels, wheelies on the front.
Very different. Biggest difference that I see is the low end all the way to the high end and just how everything is filled in between, right? We don't have any major gaps in the frequency spectrum. It's pretty much all filled up, right? From low to high. And we have a lot of the high end coming from the sibilance of the vocal. Pretty much this mound here is all sibilance. Because before that, before the singer comes in,
pedal down the foot, heels, wheelies on the front. Pedal down the foot, heels, wheelies on the front.
I got this 8990 Pistons chin flat bill, black starter cap with the hologram tags, white mag.
They have more of a lo-fi like hi-hat going on that's actually occupying more of this frequency range here compared to the high end of the acoustic kit. Yes, this is lower in volume, but relative to the rest of the mix, we have just more high-end detail in that acoustic drum kit. So the other thing I want to point out is just the sheer amount of low end coming from this 808 kick sub here, all the way down to 37 hertz or so. And the difference between the kick and the rest of the instrumentation is much greater than, let's say, our jazz, our upright bass here. Right, we have frequencies coming from the piano that are more of the emphasis. Like the piano is taking front stage here, and the bass is really just acting as a kind of background support foundational element. In hip hop, you're almost always going to have this frequency curve overall, where you have this real emphasis on a kick that really hits you in the chest. And that's what you'll find for most hip hop tracks. Let's go ahead and go on to this King Gizzard track here. So I just wanted to fast forward, kind of poke around, and then fast forward to the chorus. Before the chorus hits, it's a very scooped sound. Let's go back to the intro here, and you'll see how scooped it is in this sort of mid-range here between 500 and 1K. And then you'll notice that when the vocals come in from that chorus, it really fills in the rest of that instrumentation, or the rest of that frequency spectrum there. Right, but a fairly scooped sound prior to that. But overall, at a higher level, we have a rock track that is really full, what you would typically see in a full rock band, drums, bass, guitar, vocals. You're going to see this general kind of gradual slope from low down all the way to the high end. And I would say for a rock track, it's a pretty warm sound. It's a pretty warm and scooped kind of a sound here. I mean, you get a lot of, metal tracks, like heavier metal, that has more of a scooped sound, but that scoop usually comes from the fact that there's more high-end information coming from the drum kit, whereas in our drum kit, between the drum kit and any sibilance that might be going on in the vocal, that's all being pretty blended in. And it's a very warm sound, relatively speaking, for this genre. Notice the difference between the kick drum here and the rest of the instrumentation compared to what was going on our hip-hop track. Our hip-hop track, there was a much larger difference in the low end of the kick drum coming from that 808 sub and the rest of the instrumentation, whereas this is pretty even and in line with kind of the rest of the frequencies, relatively speaking. Let's now listen to and compare the frequency response of this Queens of the Stone Age track, and notice how the frequency response is pretty different, even though we have similar instrumentation. Notice how much more crisp their snare is, and just how much more crisp sounding their instrumentation is compared to this. You can see a slight lift here when this Queens of the Stone Age track comes in. We get a little bit more information, around 10K in the overheads and cymbals of this track here. But the rest of it is pretty similar. But I want you to notice that whereas this one I mentioned was a little bit more scooped, notice how there's a huge difference between kind of the mid information here in the King Gizzard track and the Queens track. So I'm going to go back and forth, and I want you to pay attention to these frequencies here. Notice how it jumps up quite a bit here between about 300 all the way to 1K or 9 or 800 or so. That's just a different sound. That's a different approach to producing and EQing their guitars. And in fact, a lot of this is also coming from the fact that King Gizzard's mix seems like they decided to just bury the vocal into the mix of the rest of the instruments. In the Queen's track, we have a lot more clarity around the vocal. And there's just a lot of this 500 to 800 information in the guitars. If we go back to Let's go to the intro here. So not there.
We get some days.
Okay, so it is coming from the guitars in the chorus. It doesn't really have that that information as much until we get to that chorus. So there's some other guitars that come in and introduce those frequencies. So again, just making observations, but generally speaking, these are very similar in that we have a similar kick to bass relationship and then kick, bass, and instrumentation relationship where it gradually just kind of slopes down. Everything's pretty much filled in for the most part in terms of frequencies. And yeah, but King Gizzard wanted a warmer kind of a sound in their mix. So this is going to be completely different. This is a metalcore track by Illenium and Spirit Box, one of the loudest masters I've ever heard. So let's go to this section here. High level overall, we have a very flat frequency response. Very flat. And this is what you're going to see in a lot of top 40 pop tracks that have that very modern sound. Everything is hitting on all cylinders, firing in all cylinders on every frequency, right? From lows all the way to the highs. And because this is, Illenium is very kind of heavy kick and bass, we have a lot of that information coming up a lot higher than the rest of the instrumentation, just like we had in our hip hop track. So you're going to see that in a lot of, heavier EDM, hip hop genres where the emphasis is on that kick. All right, so let's go ahead and see how Bruno Mars and Dua Lipa compare. They're going to be fairly similar, but even flatter, you'll notice.
What y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. So as we walk, girls, what y'all trying to do?
There it is, very flat, right? Even when he's singing, we don't get kind of mounds of information. This is very evenly kind of compressed and controlled, very meticulously mixed, right? For a modern sound. This is done, I believe this mix was done by Serban Genya, one of the most famous mix engineers for like modern genres. Probably arguably the most streams as far as mix engineers go. Look, once again, we have this low end that gives us the most energy. So we're seeing a trend here overall that the low end is what provides the most energy. We got the most energy starts in the low end and then it gradually kind of like tapers off. And depending on the genre, you might have a more kind of round gradual slope, or you have something that's like this, which is more flat across the frequency spectrum from low mids all the way to the highest highs. Generally speaking though, pretty much every one of these so far has sloped down from like the upper mids all the way down to the ultra highs. It's kind of got the same, generally speaking, the same kind of slope at the end, with the exception of like the really harsh sibilance coming from the vocal in this hip hop track here.
If I can't walk this sidewalk, I can fly this bitch and I'm flying this.
Right? That's a little too crispy for my taste. If I were to mix this, I may have done that a little bit differently, but it's not killing my ear. Just would have approached that maybe a little bit different. All right, let's go to Dua Lipa. You'll see that Dua Lipa and Bruno Mars are pretty similar in terms of the frequency response.
Baby, my sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight.
Okay, very similar, not quite as flat, but again, if we're thinking high level, very similar curve. Let's go back and forth.
My sugar boo.
Let's Let's go back and forth between Dua and Bruno.
Baby, my sugar boo. 24 karat magic in the air. Got you, moonlight, you're
This one's got a little bit more warmth in kind of this low mid information here in the Dua Lipa track. Different instrumentation. This one's a little bit more full in terms of instrumentation than the Bruno Mars track. That's something you want to make an observation about. Right? For the most part, we just have like vocal, some like synth arpeggiation here, and a bass.
24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear.
A lot of the vocals are occupying this, whereas you have some more instrumentation occupying that low mid information in the Dua track.
Baby, my sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, yeah.
Some synth information and things that you may or may not be hearing. Let's move on to our Phoebe Bridgers track here. We'll start from the beginning. I want you guys to see just how different this is.
Someday I'm gonna live in your house up on the hill yard. Then they're gluing roses on a see our reflection in the water off a bridge at the Huntington. I hopped the fence when I was 17. And then I
Very different curve. Very different. Pretty much no emphasis at all on the kick that's there. There is a kick, and it's very low in extension. And we have this very lo-fi, acoustic, kind of muted, muffled guitar. Let's go to the beginning and show you. I'll reset and clear this. Zero high end on this guitar. And that was done very intentionally. They're trying to create this kind of juxtaposition between this lo-fi sound and a very hi-fi upfront vocal. So any high-end information we're getting is coming only from the vocal, which is creating kind of a gap in this mid-range here where you would otherwise have kind of a fuller sound, which would come from things like synths and guitars, a drum kit, etc. Okay? So keep that in mind as you're listening to this, because if you were to maybe use the wrong reference and try to like bridge the gap between your song that's more like this, but try to match it to like a Dua Lipa, you're going to be trying to boost frequencies you shouldn't be boosting and make things sound all weird and throw off the balance of the mix. Really awesome track. This singer-songwriter, Phoebe Bridgers, has become more and more successful, more and more well-known just for her very kind of indie style and approach to writing songs. All right, let's go to our last track, which is this track called, I think it's called Rain by Lorne. All right, interesting. We started off very, very lo-fi sounding, just in the same way that we saw the Phoebe Bridgers frequency curve. No high-end information at all. We have a synth there, which is occupying some of this mid-range information here. But it's not until we hear a clap and then some more kind of percussive elements, more synth, or really when we hear the vocals coming in the chorus that we get this to fill out more. So higher, higher frequency content, higher like synth information here. But it isn't until we get those vocals that we get this high-end information. So they've left all the room in the high-end for that vocal, right, which is a different approach. It's just a completely different, arrangement and set of instrumentation. So there you have it. That's how we observe. Once again, if we were to make a kind of a trend or notice a trend, even with as different as all these genres are, we've listened to quite a range of styles, we are still going to notice something. And that is that we have more energy in the low end than we do in the high end every single time. Every time, no matter what. You would never have a situation where you have all this high end and then it slopes the opposite way. Generally speaking, it slopes from low down to the high end, right? I know that sounds backwards. We're saying down to the high end. Usually we think of the word up when we think of high, but in this case, a lot of the energy comes from the low end, and that's simply because low end takes up more space, takes up more energy in the mix. And then the other trend is just the fact that when you have a more pop sound, more kind of full-bodied instrumentation, everything's going, you have a even distribution of frequencies, and you get more of a flat frequency response.
It's written in the stars. We can go wherever, so let's do it now or never, baby. Nothing's ever too
Relatively flat. And then especially when we go to Bruno Mars.
Oh, shit! I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up!
Very flat frequency response. Millennium, same thing. Very flat, right? You're going to get a lot of this type of frequency response in some of the heavier hitting, festival type EDM tracks, electronic music. Queens of the Stone Age, a little bit more gradual of a slope. More of a mound here, and then just a bit of a steeper curve. Same thing with our King Gizzard track. A little bit more flat in this area here, right? Which you might consider that to be more of a scooped sound, but similar in terms of the way things roll off. It rolls off a little bit more aggressively because we have a warmer sound here, right?
Way to go. I ain't trying to skate it though. And my bike's
again, flat frequency response, but because we have a lot of emphasis in this hip hop genre with the kick and sub information, the difference between sub, kick, and everything else is a lot greater. And then again, as a recap, very minimal in terms of instrumentation, very light in terms of the way that the drums are being played. The emphasis is on the piano of this track, not the bass, not the drums necessarily. Those things are taking more of a supporting role to the piano. And so the piano is giving us most of our frequency content in what we see in this mound of information here. Now that we've spent a good deal of time analyzing the frequency response of these different genres and styles, let's go ahead and move on to making observations as a mastering engineer objectively and identify differences between our frequency curve of our mix here and that of the reference, which is Antihero by Taylor Swift. This has been a really successful pop track, and it's got a really cool kind of vintage 80s synth pop vibe. This was produced by Jack Antonoff. What's really cool about this kind of a song is it's a different frequency curve. It's a different sound. It's a warmer vintage sound compared to some of the more modern sounding, Dua Lipa pop tracks or Bruno Mars, Millennium, and that's okay. We have just a different intention with the instrumentation and really trying to stick and adhere to that vintage feel. Let's go ahead and listen, and then we'll identify what the frequency curve is, talk about that a little bit, and then compare it to our mix.
I end up in crisis. I wake up screaming from dreaming. One day I'll watch as you're leaving, 'cause you got tired of my scheming. For the last time, it's me.
Okay, so first thing I'm noticing is the sort of mound here that we're getting, particularly in the chorus section, and kind of the difference between the frequency response of the verse and compared to the chorus. So when we jump to the chorus, the frequency response starts to have a bit more of an aggressive slope on the high end. And that's coming from the fact that we're adding a lot of vocals and we're not getting a lot of, drum high end from like cymbals and crashes and those kinds of things that you might get in something like either the Bruno Mars or Dua Lipa tracks if we listen to these.
I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way. We're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you.
When that crash hits, it really brings things up here, but they're not doing that kind of production here.
I end up in crazy watches you leaving 'cause you got tired.
So much warmer of a sound, and that's cool. It fits the genre. It fits the intention of what they're trying to do.
At tea time, everybody agrees.
And so a lot of this is due to the fact that there's a lot of vocal production here. There's a lot of vocal layers that is creating this frequency information here. And we're left with not as much frequency information on the high end above the mids. Let's go and listen to our Sweet Sabotage mix and just see what the differences are. Okay, so a lot more, it's more of a modern synth sound. So the instrumentation is fairly similar, but the synths are not as vintage sounding. So I'm going to keep that in mind. Also, our difference in sort of the content here, right? There's more of a mound here in the Anti-Hero track, whereas ours is more flat. Our vocal is more sunken in, blended in with the instrumentation. And that was just a mix decision. It's not right or wrong. It's just the way that they decide to mix that in. Listen to how much more vocal information there is in the reference here.
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. At tea time, everybody agrees.
Yeah, tea, time, exciting some of this frequency information here. Again, just making observations, but relatively close and similar other than that. Let's go ahead and play a part where maybe there's just instrumentation going on. All right, so we don't really have a spot to observe that. Let's go over here where she's not singing.
For the anti-hero.
Yeah, their hi-hat is really sunken back. Their hi-hat is very tucked down in the mix.
For the anti-hero.
So that's not creating much information at all in the hi-hat.
For the anti-hero.
Really, again, very warm. I'm going to, again, keep in mind the intention of the production. Less vintage on ours in terms of synths and instrumentation, more vintage on their sound. Not necessarily going to try to match that and bring down the high end, etc. I'm pretty much just going to say, you know what, we're pretty much in the ballpark. For the intentions of each of these, keeping that in mind, we're pretty much already in the ballpark. The only big difference that I see, other than what's coming from the vocal information, right, and these mids and the kind of high end from sibilants, the other big difference I noticed is in the low end. And that's probably something that I'm going to maybe try to match more and bridge the gap with, is the low end in ours is not as prominent as the low end in theirs. And it's actually coming from their low end synth bass. Let's go, there we go.
For the anti-hero.
a lot more low end compared to the rest of the instrumentation, and with ours it's a little closer to kind of the rest of the instrumentation.
Messy parts I hide in, dragging me down, save me, drowning in my brain's hatred.
I think there's a little bit of room for kind of a low end bump. So that's how we observe the difference. That's how we identify differences. Nothing really major to solve in terms of issues or problems. So this is great. And you're not always going to get that lucky though. Sometimes you're going to have to clear out mud or fix maybe some high-end sibilants, or maybe their room isn't tuned and they're mixing their low end way too heavy, or the opposite, way too low. So those are things that you could potentially run up against. We're going to talk about how we would bridge that gap in just a moment. One thing that I definitely need to point out is that the more you do this, the quicker that becomes, the faster you'll get at noticing the differences. In fact, at mastering.com, we have this saying called the 2-second ear. That's the goal, is for you to have kind of a knee-jerk reaction immediately upon hitting play. You can just hear problems. You hear things, you can identify frequencies, and the faster you can do that, and the more you train your ears, the more you do this process, the quicker this all kind of flows. You don't necessarily have to think too much about it. Obviously, for the sake of learning, we kind of go through that thought process in a little bit more detail. Next, let's talk about bringing it to baseline. Now that we've made our observations and identified the differences in the frequency curve between our mix and the reference, we're ready to make our very first EQ moves in order to bring the master to a baseline, setting ourselves up to enhance and finalize the sonic balance of our master. The phrase "bring it to baseline" refers to the act of making EQ moves that help bring our master into the ballpark of the reference. We're not looking to copy the EQ curve of the reference in any way. Remember that we have to honor the intention and instrumentation of our mix and the reference, but we're using it as a guide to help solve any noticeable issues that would prevent the master from sounding great. Those issues can range from muddiness to harshness in the upper mids, excessive low end or high end, etc. Ideally, the mix is solid enough to where solving these issues would require very minimal, if not no more than 6 dB of broader EQ moves for any given frequency. If it were my own mix and I was having to remove 6 decibels of low end in the master, then I would just turn down the low end instruments in the mix until it was closer to the ballpark of my reference. Obviously, we'd encourage you to use a reference when mixing your own or even others' work. Typically, solving issues or making any moves that bring things to baseline requires cutting and removing frequencies, but there may be situations where very broad and gentle boosts are made. An example of this might be a tilt EQ. A tilt EQ allows for a center point between a low-end shelf and a high-end shelf. This allows you to quickly and transparently shift the overall balance of the master from low to high with a single EQ move. This can be useful for tracks that have too much low end while simultaneously not having enough high end. Fortunately for me, the mix I'm using to demonstrate is a pretty great mix, and we don't have any problems or issues to deal with. So I'm pretty much just thinking, how can I enhance this without messing things up and remaining as transparent and out of the way as possible? Finally, let's talk about making enhancements. Once we're ready and in the ballpark with our master, we can move on to making enhancements. And I'm going to make things easy for you. At this point, you shouldn't have to make major cuts in EQ. Simply put, there are 4 main moves that we can make to enhance the sonic character of the master. 1 is low boosts, 2 is mid-range boosts, 3 high boosts, and 4 saturation. Rather than explain these moves, what I'm going to do is simply show you by mastering 5 different singles with EQ and or saturation. Let's jump in. I've got my tracks that I'm going to be mastering in blue. These are the final mixes, and then the green tracks are the reference tracks. And I've got one for each of my mixes. So these are in a few different genres. I've got 5 tracks here in total. This should be a really good overview of the entire process and to show you that there's not one size fits all or cookie cutter approach, but it's more about the thought process. So I'm going to keep things pretty simple in terms of the tools. I'm not going to be doing any major advanced moves, you know, with solving problems, fixing de-essing or anything like that. I pretty much have chosen really good mixes that I don't have to do any major fixing with. That might be for another video some other time. Let's go ahead and just jump right in. This first track, Sweet Sabotage, we've already demonstrated that in the previous video in terms of identifying the differences between our reference, antihero, and our mix. So we'll do that we'll do that again as a refresher, and we'll just jump right into using EQ. So things I noticed just right off the bat that I'd want to enhance, there's nothing really to fix here, which is great. But to bring things closer to the reference and get out of this track, this mix, what I like from the reference. Again, we're not trying to copy the curve in any way, the frequency response in any way, but I'm going to take what I like about this and try to sort of infuse that into this master. And that would be just kind of the high end. I think the high end on this is just a little bit more crisp. Mostly just coming from the vocals. I don't want to overcook that for fear of really blowing up the sibilance on this. Again, this is more like tucked into the track. I think what I want to do is maybe bring out the vocals a little bit more in the mid-range. So I'm going to mess around. I already know a couple of different frequencies in the tool that I'm going to use. Let's go ahead and jump into the first move I always like to make with EQ is just a really straightforward high-pass filter, very steep. And I set that to about 20 hertz or so, just to get rid of any unnecessary ultra low end that we're not going to hear. That would otherwise be, you know, feeding a little bit too much energy to the compression later on or any dynamics processing. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then, yeah, I think what I want to do is sweep around kind of this area here and see if I can't bring out the vocal a little bit. I think I like something around 1K. I think there's something around 4K, maybe 3 that I like. So what I'm going to do is rather than, you know, I use that just to kind of sweep, but then what I want to use is an analog emulation EQ. And in this case, I like to use the Pultec Pro, this Legacy. It has both the mid EQ modules for mid-range frequencies as well as the low and the high module. The EQP1A is on the bottom. So just kind of a one-trick pony here to be able to do several different things with one plugin, which I really like. So let's go ahead and I'm going to flip back and forth again. I don't think it needs much, honestly. And this is going to impart some character already without even turning any knobs. It's increasing volume a little bit too, just barely, but it's really, for the most part, just giving me a little bit extra of what I want in terms of just character. So I'm going to see if I can't just boost 1K here. Maybe I don't like that. I'm not quite sure. Maybe there. Maybe I like to.
Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me.
I'm going to come down here and see if I can't get a little bit out of the kind of that upper mid-range here with 4K.
Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging.
Sometimes I like to start sharp, boost it, and when it doesn't blow up, I know that's an area that might be necessary.
Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me. Then learn so I can hardly.
Maybe that right there, broaden it.
Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me. Then learn so I can hardly breathe it. Dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. Hero. I'm the problem, it's me. Self-sabotaging on me. I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in. Dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. When will I be?
Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to get a gain plug in here, bring it down and maybe gain match a little bit.
Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me. Then learn so I can hardly breathe it. Dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. When will I be free? Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me. Then learn so I can hardly breathe it. Dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on
I feel like that's bringing the vocal forward a little bit more.
Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me. Then learn so I can hardly breathe it. Dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me.
Oh, what I want to do is go like that.
Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging on me. Then learn so I can hardly breathe it. Dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. When will I? Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotaging.
I'm going to go for a, let's see here. I'm going to go for, oh yeah, EQ, clariphonic. You'll probably see me use this a lot. I really like this clariphonic EQ for the ultra high frequencies. It kind of grabs and lifts some of those air frequencies because it's going so high. And so you can really crank this in a transparent way. And literally just putting this on will impart something and just it'll lift the frequency. It'll do something to kind of the high end without turning any knobs.
Sweet sabotaging me. The problem it's easy times. Everybody agree. Then learn so I can hardly breathe.
Yeah, the more I listen to this, the more I don't really like maybe what I'm doing to the mid-range with this knob here. So I'm going to take that off.
Sweet sabotaging me. Sweet self-sabotaging on me. Then learn so I can hardly breathe it. Dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. When will I be free of sweet self-sabotaging me? Sweet sabotaging me. Sweet self-sabotaging on me.
kind of like that.
Sweet sabotage me, sweet self-sabotage and hold on me, leaving.
Just want to check something here. Go super wide.
Sweet sabotage me, sweet self-sabotage and hold on me, leaving. Lungs so I can hardly breathe it, dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream.
Yeah, I just want to lift like this whole area just a touch.
Sweet sabotage me, sweet self-sabotage and
So super, super wide. I'm just kind of trying to bring the vocals a little bit more forward.
sweet sabotage me, sweet self-sabotage and hold on me, leaving. Lungs so I can hardly breathe it, dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. When will I be free? I'm the problem, it's me. Tired, everybody agrees. I'll stare direct, lungs so I can hardly breathe it, dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. When will I be free of sweet self-sabotaging me? Sweet sabotaging me, sweet self-sabotage and hold on me, leaving. Lungs so I can hardly breathe it, dragging me down, save me, drowning in the brain's daydream. When will I be free?
I think I like that. Let's go ahead and move on. We'll do one more A-B. Let's go ahead and listen.
I'm the problem, it's me. Tired, everybody agrees. Then, lungs so I can hardly breathe it, dragging me down.
Okay, here's everything off.
Sweet sabotage me, sweet self-sabotage and hold on me. Sweet sabotage me, sweet self-sabotage and hold on me, leaving. Lungs so I can hardly breathe.
I like it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move on. This is a kind of a metalcore track. And I've lined up the reference here. Very, very similar. So I think this is a really good reference to use. Yeah, upper mids and just a slight maybe bump on the low end, and that's really all I want to do. Better the mix, the less you have to do. So I'm literally going to just use this same exact plugin here. Let me go ahead and do my thing with the low end and roll off any unnecessary super subs. About there. Part of me wants to take out some of this information here. This is already doing something that's really great. And I'm just going to go ahead and do something in the high end here. Maybe even in the mid-range. Let me do this first. Maybe a little bit of that. And then I want to lift the high end. Really, really good. I'm going to go either with 10 or 12. And this is just broadening that curve. Maybe I'll do, instead of 4K on this, maybe I'll do 4K on this right here. Off. Kind of a blanket over the speakers vibe, and then with. I like it. I think that's good. Okay, great mixes, don't need a lot. So let's move on to the next one. The song's called Pretty Liar by E.J. Michaels.
So please tell me lies.
Let's listen to our reference first. Yeah, I lined up this section for a reason. Biggest difference I noticed is in just this round kind of like curve here. So there's just a lot of focus on the kind of backing vocals and just vocals in general are creating this, and maybe some of the instrumentation. I don't want to necessarily flatten that out, but to bring it more in line with the reference and to sort of clear out some of that congestion there, I am going to throw a bit of EQ. Little bit of a dip there, I think. There we go. Lower that, and then I'm gonna. Yeah, it just doesn't need that much there, so. See, if we were to try to match the frequency curve, notice how weird this sounds. Just, it sounds weird. So I don't want to do that. I'm just going to make this much more of a subtle move here. me see if there's another. I just need to be more narrow.
You can tell me anything to make you see, I don't.
Maybe some of this can come out.
You see, I don't mind. You can tell me.
I think it just needs a general like lift in this area here. I'm going to try some mid-range trickery, not trickery, but just some mid-range moves with the SSL. Let's go ahead and find something we like. That's nice. I'm going to go ahead and...
You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
Let's go ahead and do just a comparison really quick. I think what I'm going to need to do for this is some parallel saturation. I just don't know that I'm going to be able to do with just straight EQ that I want to do. So this is a good chance to kind of show you how we would use saturation to make enhancements. I want it to be that clear, but this is way too much. So I just need to figure out, okay, maybe settle for like this.
You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Don't mind what you really think, who you are inside. Oh, you always tell me lies, so I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty lie.
Yeah, I think saturation is what I want to do from here. Let's go ahead and do that. So I want to use the Saturn plugin here. This is cool. This will give a little bit of a low end bump that I don't necessarily want. So I'm going to go ahead, put the module. I'm going to try to just lift everything above 2K and see what that does. What I like to do is leave it on warm tape, really crank it, and then take the mix knob all the way down. This one I'm just going to turn off. Or maybe I'll just have it really low.
Tell me lies, so I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty liar.
It's starting to open it up more, but again, we just need to blend this in so that we're not overdoing it.
Tell me lies, so I don't have to go to bed another lonely night.
And then maybe for good measure,
Tell me lies.
this is crazy how just literally putting this on really changes things.
Tell me lies. Tell me lies. So I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, please go into it. Oh my.
Turn all this off.
Tell me lies. I don't mind. I needed to lose you to find me and to make me satisfied.
Turn it all on.
I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
Back it off a little bit on everything. Just there. There a little bit.
I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty lie. I don't mind. You can tell me anything.
I like it. Let's go ahead and move on. Cool. All right. Next is going to be, it's kind of like loungy, or it's more like a tribal house instrumental. I think I want to bring out some of the mid-range information between like 800 and 2K. Go and listen to the reference. Enhance the low end on this, on our mix. Kind of warm it up a little bit. I don't know that I like how heavy the hi-hat is. These are all things I'm keeping in mind. But what I kind of want to do is just something like this. I might just kind of cheat here, do a little bit of this like right there, and then do some dynamic reduction. Yeah, I don't want that much shaker, the sh on the offbeat. And then what I want to do is kind of just do a really broad. I mean, I think I can just literally go like this. Okay, now I just want to enhance the low end. Maybe a little less than that. now I just want to warm it up. Give it a little bit of low end from the Pultec, the EQP. I think what I'll do is this guy here. Yeah, we're getting closer to... I almost still don't like... I almost just want to do this. Yeah, that's like closer. So I'm going to do that. And then what I'm going to do is introduce some harmonics in the high end. Really subtle. I'm going to use the same kind of like trick that I did here and play around with kind of the high end here above. Let's say, I don't know, start there around the mid-range, upper mids. Crank this up. Oops. And I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn this all the way down. And I'm going to come down on this a little bit. Okay, everything off. I don't know if you could tell what I did there, but what I'm hearing is less of that harshness from that shaker, but I introduced some of the kind of ultra high-end harmonics with this saturation here. Let's go ahead and do before and after again. And then with. Turn this off and on and listen to this. Just giving it a very subtle lift. One more time. Off. Cool. I think it's good for that one. Let's move on to our last one, which is London's Burning. I really like this mix. Let me go ahead and play. I have a couple of references. Yeah, this one this kind of like matches the vibe in terms of like frequency content. Yeah, this is a great mix. I'm going to stick with this as the reference, and then, yeah, we don't need to do much. Interestingly enough, the only like enhancement I want to make is like a cut, and I want to kind of take away some of the congestion in and around like 1K-ish or so, between like 800 and 1K. I'm going to bring this up to there, and let's listen for what I'm talking about. It's actually it's like, I think what I'm going to do, there's a little bit around 500, 600, 700. Yeah, some stuff there. I'm going to bring this down a little bit. I really like that. I'm going to take down some of this. Yeah, a little bit of that. I'm hearing some 3K that we could introduce into this, so let's go ahead and I might use the Clariphonic. I'm going to pull that up and then just, keep it there, powered off, and then use our Pultec, and maybe I'll do the Pro Legacy. Okay, there's a little bit there. That's a lot, but it's like, I like that. So I'm going to do a happy medium here. Yeah, so what this move is going to do is give us the perception that we're lifting the high end, right? Every move kind of has an equal and opposite reaction, and that's the one thing you'll learn about EQ. So you'll hear that the more sensitive your ears become. Kitty, I need you out. You can't be in here, especially if you're going to climb all over my stuff, dude. Yeah, I think I want some of that 3K. Now I'm just going to lift the high end, just barely. I'm going to do this. Bring this in. Yeah, I think I really like that. Let's go ahead and do before and after. Here's without. So that's it. Pretty straightforward. It's not rocket science, but it does require some ear training, and it does require that you really get to know your tools. And you've noticed that I've really stuck to just a few basic tools for EQ, sometimes using less or more depending on what's needed. There's no cookie cutter approach for this. You just really have to hear and listen for what is needed, use the reference as a guide, and you'll be on your way to having great sounding masters. Ear training is absolutely key for learning to hear the subtle differences. The more you use your tools, the more you'll hear those differences, between different tools and what you prefer, one tool over another for specific things. And that's how you get good, is you do a lot of masters using the tools and really trying to get intimate with them. So that's all for this one. We'll see y'all on the next one. In this lesson, we're going to cover the what, why, and how of the dynamic spectrum in mastering. We'll be sure to cover everything you need to know about dynamics and dynamic processing by answering the following questions. Why manipulate dynamics in mastering? How do you create more or less punch? How do you enhance the character of a master? How do you control dynamics in a master? Then we'll bring it all together and give you a live demonstration of the process of dynamics processing. That's a lot to process. The first thing we need to do is define the following terms. Dynamics refers to the variation in volume and intensity of a musical performance or recording. In the visual representation of a recording, you'll find dynamics in the form of peaks and transients. As mastering engineers, what we care about are the differences between the quietest and loudest peaks and transients. A transient refers to the loudest initial burst of energy at the very front end of a waveform. Peaks are the loudest transients in a piece of recorded music. Now we're ready to dive in and talk about why we manipulate dynamics in mastering. But before we do that, I want to take a moment and discuss where dynamics even come from in the first place. First, the more obvious source of dynamics comes from the arrangement of the music. If we look globally at a fairly classic song structure, we have an intro with a sparse set of instrumentation, which then builds into a chorus and then back down again. The variation in instrumentation from section to section naturally creates softer and louder parts, therefore making the song dynamic. If we zoom in one step further, we have even more dynamics within each of the various sections themselves. The dynamics of an intro might come from the natural playing of a piano where the keys are struck at varying pressures. Or you might have the natural dynamics that come from a vocal and guitar. The range of those dynamics will depend on the style and genre of the music. More often than not, when you get to a chorus, you have less dynamics because this is where the song is at its fullest. When you have all the instruments firing at full intensity and volume, there's less variation in volume because, well, everything is louder. I'm not saying that a chorus section has to be less dynamic in every song, but this is just how songs have been written for a while. Zooming in one step further, there's a less obvious source that dynamics come from, which requires a bit more objective focus to isolate. And that source is resonances. Resonances refer to specific frequencies within a sound that are amplified or emphasized, often unintentionally, due to the acoustic properties of the recording environment, the equipment used, or simply the characteristics of the audio source. These resonances exist in pretty much every single track to some extent, and if they're not handled properly or mitigated, the culmination of these resonances can result in harsh and unpleasant frequencies, and they can cause rogue peaks in the audio, creating unintentional dynamics that don't necessarily come from the music itself. The arrangement of the music is what really should be creating these dynamics, not these audio gremlin resonances that show up in the form of rogue peaks and spikes in the audio. An example of this that I often find comes in the form of boxy resonances in vocals. Depending on whether it's a male or a female vocal, these resonances will exist roughly between 500 to 800 hertz or so, and they'll cause momentary and random peaks in the audio that would trigger your dynamics processing. This frequency range also happens to be a pretty congested intersection where a lot of instruments overlap. I have an example here of a vocal in a track that has a resonant frequency around 600 or so, and it's creating this rogue spike here that shouldn't really be there. Let's go ahead and play this.
I'm a very famous boy. Quit playing.
When he says boy, you'll hear it. It's around 6 to 620.
Very famous boy. Quit playing.
Let's go ahead and exaggerate that.
Very famous boy. Quit.
One more time.
I'm a very famous boy. Quit playing.
So that's creating this spike, not really anything else. And I've proved that by bringing this down about 4 decibels or so, and you'll hear just how less congested this sounds.
I'm a very famous boy. Quit.
When he says boy, I'll turn this off.
I'm a very famous boy. Quit. I'm a very famous boy. Quit. I'm a very famous boy. I'm a very famous boy. Quit playing.
So less congested, more clarity. And in addition to that, we've also brought down, here's the bounced in place version. So I've just printed that EQ move to a new track, and we can see that we have less of a peak here. And we'll just prove that by playing these two.
I'm a very famous boy.
This one peaks at -8, and this one peaks
I'm a very famous boy. Quit.
at -9.7, pretty much almost 2 decibels that we've gained in headroom. That now when we go to master, this is going to be a much better result. But fixing that in the mix and going to the actual vocal and controlling that resonant frequency in the vocal is going to give us a far better, more transparent result in the master. So we're not having to gouge out 4 decibels of a frequency out of the entire track of instruments. Again, controlling these resonant frequencies in the mix and production will yield far better results in the master. The reason for this is simple. The more consistently and evenly you can feed your dynamics processing, the less that processing will have to work to reduce dynamic range for loudness and punch. This will result in a more transparent and cohesive sound and gives you the ability to pull more energy from the mix through dynamics processing like compression and limiting. As audio engineers, we need to be able to identify and mitigate these resonances through EQ and other processing in the mix to achieve a more consistent and professional sound. So, going back to why we care about manipulating dynamics and mastering, there's 3 main reasons. The first reason has to do with dynamic control and narrowing the dynamic range for loudness purposes. The second has to do with punch. Do you want more or less? And the third is character. And this has to do with experimenting with different compression settings to get certain characteristics come out of the mix. So let's dive into the first and discuss the what, why, and how of controlling dynamics. What do we mean exactly when we talk about controlling dynamics? It's quite simple, really. Earlier in this lesson, we talked about how peaks and transients from different sound sources and instruments create dynamics. Controlling these dynamics refers to the act of processing the audio in a way that reduces the dynamic range, aka the differences between the loudest and quietest sections of an audio signal. Go watch our 10-hour compression video if you want to learn a lot more about this. We control dynamics in a master in order to provide more headroom for us to push the audio up to commercial loudness. There's a really fundamental and simple concept that you need to understand as a mastering engineer, and that's that peaks prevent loudness. So, by controlling those peaks and reducing them, we give ourselves more headroom to push up volume and energy. Large peaks cause bigger dynamics. Bigger dynamics prevent us from pushing up loudness. The more we push into our dynamics processing, the more we bring up the energy of the quieter parts of the audio, causing an increase in perceived loudness. Essentially, louder sounding music is generally less dynamic than quieter sounding music. Another reason we control dynamics is to create more cohesion or togetherness between the instruments in a track. The more dynamic and spiky the audio is, whether from drums, vocals, keys, the less together these instruments may sound. One slightly overused audio term that you'll come across in engineering is glue. And it's just one of the more effective terms used to describe the cohesive and unified quality of a mix. The vast majority of this cohesion is achieved in the mix and the production. In mastering, there may be an opportunity to add more of this effect in order to help the mix sound like a cohesive, singular piece rather than a collection of disparate elements. The more uniform and consistent dynamics are in a track, the more polished things can sound because we're eliminating any distracting elements that might otherwise poke out in a mix. We control dynamics through the use of dynamics processing. We do this by using a combination of the following tools: compression, clipping, and limiting. We have a great video explaining the difference between these three, but we'll break it down here. Limiting allows the user to set a brick wall output ceiling that doesn't allow any audio to go over or above. By nature, limiters use a very fast attack and release setting that really can't be adjusted. There are some limiters that allow you to adjust release, but for the most part, it's fixed. This allows the limiter to very quickly grab onto the front end of a transient peak, ensuring that it doesn't pass through. It then turns down and squashes these peaks. And the infinity to 1 ratio is what prevents any audio from passing through the output ceiling. In mastering, this is how we can push loudness without going over digital 0, which prevents any audio from blowing out certain speakers and helps establish a uniform loudness standard. Clipping does the same thing that limiting does, but in a slightly different way. Rather than turning peaks down, it actually chops or shaves off the peaks altogether. And depending on the type of clipping and amount applied, it can do this in a more transparent way. Compression gives you more control over shaping the sound and the transient information of the audio. You're given control over things like attack, release, ratio, and makeup gain, making it more flexible, but also more susceptible to messing up the master if not used intentionally and carefully. Let's take a look at a visual of what's happening with each of these dynamics processors. Here I have a beat that I just pulled off of Splice, something with a lot of transient information, just to show you a visual of what's happening with each of these processes when we apply that processing and just print that in place. Let's go ahead and start with clipping first. Clipping, we have here, if I pull up the clipper, we have the output ceiling, which is this clip kind of parameter here. So I've set the output ceiling to -8, and anything that goes over that -8 threshold will just be clipped off, like as if it was done with a pair of scissors. And you'll notice that in the waveform here, right? So it's turned this peaking at -1, now only peaking at, well, let's go ahead and turn this back down to 0. Negative. So it's sitting at -7.8, but so a couple, like 0.2 decibels getting over that, but essentially it's not going to go over -7.8. So it's just shaving that off. And let's check out and see what's happening here. Essentially, we've turned this, right? This has turned into this. So it's just lopping that right off. Okay, and notice the difference. Let's just listen to the difference in the sound. Now, negative, that's roughly about -7 decibels of gain reduction there by, again, it's not reducing the gain, it's just chopping that gain off. But essentially, this is so much more transparent than if I were to apply 8 decibels of gain reduction with like a limiter or a compressor. So it does that way more transparently, I should say. Let's go ahead and listen to that. Perceivably the same loudness, yet I've now got about 7 decibels of headroom. If I were to match this gain-wise, that's a lot perceivably louder. You know, it's not bringing up the quiet parts necessarily. I guess I'm kind of doing that with making up this gain, but this is going to give you a lot of kind of transparent headroom. So let's go ahead and move on. I'm not going to talk about right or wrong here. I'm just going to show you what these things do. And then you get to choose how you apply these tools to achieve the sound that you're looking for. Let's go to limiting, since that's kind of the next closest thing to clipping. Limiting, you'll see, has an output ceiling. Let's go to our limiter that we used. So here's our output ceiling that I set to -6. And indeed, if I pull this up here, this will go no further above -6. So clipping let through like 0.2 decibels of audio, but I mean, this is a real true brick wall limiter, right? So it's not letting anything over -6. So as I brought the threshold down, you know, as it goes above that threshold, it's turning things down and then turning things up at the same time, but it actually won't allow it to go above this ceiling that I've set here. Okay. So, and notice how the difference visually between clipping and limiting is that here we have simply turned things down. We haven't chopped them off. So we still have retained a lot of this information. These peaks here have just been simply turned and brought down rather than this, right? You can see this has been chopped off and this has been retained and just turned down. So you can just obviously see that difference. All right. That's the difference between limiting and clipping. Let's hear kind of how things sound. We'll gain match it and just notice how much energy is brought up. We did a lot more gain reduction in this process, so you're hearing more of the energy brought up as we're pushing into that ceiling. Obvious difference, right? But we're losing some of the front end punch. Notice how the attack is retained a little bit more with our clipper than it is with our limiter. Part of that is also due to the fact that I did a little bit more gain reduction, but clipping still is a bit more of a transparent in terms of transient. Retaining transient punch can retain more of that transient character. So let's go to compression. With compression, what I've done here is set a slow attack so that you can see I'm letting some of the transient information through the compressor, and it's changing really the nature and the envelope of these transients. So look how this has been turned into this. It's much more kind of front end heavy, punchy. There's a quick little spike in audio there that we don't have in the original. Let's listen to how that sounds. So it's a little bit snappier, punchier, but this feels to me like it's louder. So if that's what you want, don't do this type of compression, right? Again, I'm not here to say right or wrong. This is simply to show you what these things do. I actually leaned more and more away from using compression and mastering for this reason, because it is not as transparent. And when I'm trying to be transparent with how I increase loudness without losing punch, I want to resort to the other tools like clipping and limiting. So here's our fast attack compression where it's acting more like a limiter. And let me show you the parameters here. So here's our 1176 style compressor by Logic. This is Logic's emulation of an 1176, which has a very fast, super fast, like microseconds of an attack, much faster than the standard digital, platinum digital compressors attack. This one doesn't grab onto the transient nearly as quick as this one does. And you can see that here. We've actually done a very similar thing that we did with our limiting. So by bringing the ratio up all the way to 30, on the attack all the way to 0, we're grabbing onto that front end transient and turning it down, much like a limiter. And listen to this. That's giving us a lot more character and grit, something that you may or may not want in a more subtle way in your master. I don't really use an 1176 ever on mastering. I guess it's not to say that you can't. Just know what these things do, how they react to an overall master. It's really going to be something that imparts a lot of character, and you have to keep that in mind, right? So that is pretty much it. One more thing that I want to show you is that in the compression, you don't have an automatic makeup gain. You have to make that up manually, right here. There is an auto gain setting right here, but for the most part, compressors will have you make up the gain yourself rather than on limiting. It does that automatically. As you notice with clipping and limiting, they provided headroom, allowing us to increase the loudness of the track without going over our output ceiling that we set on the limiter. This is something that I don't do often with mastering, but it can come in handy when needed on occasion. If you remember what happened to the transients in my demo of compression, the slow attack setting on the compressor allowed for more transient punch to come through the compressor before it clamped down on the audio signal. By allowing the initial attack to come through, but then turning down what immediately comes after, this places greater emphasis on the front end of the transient compared to the rest of the audio tail. So the only real way you can control the punch of an audio signal with dynamics processing is through the attack knob on a compressor. We'll get to play around with this a bit in the live demo coming up soon. There's other more advanced tools like transient shapers and specialty parameters on certain limiters, but that's for another video. First, what do we mean by character in the context of mastering? Character simply refers to any distinct and perceptible sonic qualities or attributes of the mix that give it a unique flavor or identity. And we can shape this character to some extent using compression and mastering. Any amount of character you inject into the master is entirely up to you or the client. But it is important to err on the side of subtlety, because any moves that you make with dynamics processing can very quickly and negatively alter the intended sound. With that said, some of the character you can influence through the use of compression are things like punch and dynamics, glue, tonality, energy, and texture. In our demonstration of clipping versus limiting versus compression, you should have noticed just how much the characteristics of the audio were influenced by the different compression settings. Additionally, using different types of compressors can impart different characteristics on the sound. The SSL G-Bus compressor, for example, is one of the best known compressors used on countless hit records for its ability to add both punch and glue to the mix at the same time. This is a VCA style compressor, and while I don't claim to know all the reasons it works so well for punch and glue, I do know that it has been proven to be one of the best compressors on groups of instruments. Its ability to very quickly react to the incoming audio signal makes it great for the entire mix and master. Just as I showed in the demo, we can increase transient punch by slowing down the attack time of the compressor. By slowing down the time it takes for the compressor to react and start lowering the volume, we let some of the audio through before grabbing onto the rest of the transient. If you listen carefully, you can train your ears to hear how various attack times will increase or decrease punch in your track. Now, if your music doesn't have a lot of heavy transient detail, using a G-Bus compressor on your master probably isn't the best option. A word of advice is to be very patient with yourself when it comes to learning to hear the differences in compression settings, especially at the mastering level. If you stay consistent in doing a lot of mixing and mastering work and intentionally train your ears on a daily basis, this will come. To better guide you with training your ears on compression specifically, set your attack all the way fast and the release all the way slow. Pull the threshold down until you get at least 6 dB of gain reduction. Feel free to go further with the threshold and notice how the sound totally changes. You'll notice that the energy and life starts to get sucked out of the sound as you lower the threshold. If you do the complete opposite and set the attack all the way slow and the release all the way fast, you'll hear just how much energy and texture and vibe you can bring out of the music. Too much of this kind of compression or even clipping and limiting can introduce unwanted distortion and saturation in the sound. However, a subtle amount of this can be just the thing a track needs to give it that last 5 to 10% of vibe and energy for it to pop out of the speakers in a really great way. Remember how earlier we discussed the use of compression for gluing the instruments in the mix together, creating a greater sense of cohesion? Well, the secret to glue-type compression comes from the release parameter on the compressor. A slower release setting will have the effect of bringing the tracks together. If you ever end up using a compressor on a master for this reason, you can play around with slower release times to achieve this gluing effect. This is because the longer it takes for the compressor to let go, the more audio it compresses at any given time, which in turn squeezes the audio together more. On the SSL G-Bus compressor, there's an auto-release setting which intelligently varies the release depending on the program material feeding it. And it works really well and just sounds great. I know you're probably wondering what release time you should specifically use, but you need to trust your ears and just experiment because it will depend on the music you're mastering. You'll find the best release time or any other parameter settings by using your ears. We've just given a lot of attention to compression, and that's because there's a lot more going on. But as I said earlier, I've actually been moving away from compression more and more lately. And that's because I've just found that I can reduce dynamic range and get more headroom from clipping and limiting without the trade-off of having less perceived punch. And when it comes to shaping tone and texture, I can get plenty of that with the combination of both saturation and EQ. A quick rule of thumb to cover when it comes to dynamics processing is that it's best to stick to no more than 3 dB of gain reduction coming from any one compressor, clipper, or limiter. As with EQ, the less you have to do in terms of dynamics processing and gain reduction, the more transparent and out of the way you can be as a mastering engineer. This is why it is very often necessary to sort of stack multiple layers of dynamics processing, each of which are doing subtle amounts of gain reduction to control dynamics and make things more unified and consistent. This is especially true for genres that want to be as loud as possible without losing perceived transient punch. Now let's take all of this info and bring it all together into a process so you know what to do. Process when it comes to manipulating dynamics is this. First, we identify the differences by assessing the waveform and listen for over or under dynamics. Basically, is it too dynamic or is it less dynamic than our reference? Then we bring it to baseline by adding more or less punch and or controlling peaks. And then we enhance, if needed, to the reference. We can do this by adding character and vibe through the use of compression, clipping, and saturation to match or beat the reference. The first simple question we need to answer, and one that many self-producing artists get hung up on, is how loud should your master be? The truth about loudness is that there's really no one single industry standard number. Rather, there are common RMS and LUFS levels being hit across different genres. If you aren't already familiar, RMS and LUFS are both standardized means of measuring loudness. I won't dive into any arguments for using one over the other, just know that you can use either of them. Be aware of the slight differences between them because the numbers won't always translate in a linear fashion. A quick Google search will give you plenty of info you need on the subject of RMS and LUFS, as well as the differences. But essentially, RMS is a measurement of the average voltage or power of the audio signal over a period of time. LUFS is similar in that it's an average loudness over a period of time, but it's calculated based on perception of human hearing by applying some filtering in the calculation process. Based on the Fletcher-Munson curve, our ears are more sensitive in the 2 to 4K range than any others. LUFS takes this into account. The best way to measure loudness is simply by using a loudness meter. At mastering.com, our favorite go-to meter has been the Mott meter. It has a great dynamic range meter built into it so you can check your loudness and dynamic health at the same time. If you're looking for a free metering tool, most DAWs come with either or both RMS and LUFS meters, or you can use the free U-Lean loudness meter, which measures LUFS. For any of you that are dying to have one specific number, I would say that a very broad average for commercially released tracks is around -9 RMS. The real answer to this question really is very genre specific. With that said, I'm going to break things down into 3 different loudness categories. But one thing that you need to understand before doing so is that these are typical for the genres we're listing. So that doesn't mean always. Even within these genres, it's important to realize that each mix is going to have a loudness sweet spot, which is ultimately up to you and the client to decide on and do what sounds best. For the loudest genres, you can aim for -8 to -6 or more RMS or LUFS for genres like modern pop, EDM, heavy rock, hip hop, etc. Then we have loud and dynamic, which is -9, and that's for genres like alt pop, indie, some modern rock, classic rock, hip hop, etc. And then dynamic, -10 or quieter, and that's for genres like classical, jazz, choral, etc. The reality is that there are successful songs by top artists that hit a variety of these loudness targets. I've heard Drake songs hit -6 RMS or LUFS and others that hit closer to -9. If you're going to use LUFS as a measurement, be sure to use short-term LUFS instead of the momentary or integrated options. Momentary is measuring in too short a time frame, and integrated measures average loudness based on a larger window of time. When measuring, be sure to use the loudest section of your song, which would usually but not always be the chorus. The same goes for measuring RMS. RMS or short-term LUFS are both great for identifying loudness of particular sections of your song and comparing them to your reference. And if you're sitting there wondering, well, doesn't Spotify say to master your song to -14 LUFS in the mastering tips? Do not master your song to -14 LUFS unless you're working with a very dynamic and soft genre. The reason Spotify landed on that number was to prevent really soft and dynamic songs from getting overly limited for when the loudest loudness normalization setting is applied. Spotify simply turns down louder tracks. It doesn't change the sound and apply any kind of limiting. If you want to know more about this, I strongly suggest that you go through and read the article on Spotify titled Loudness Normalization. Also, if you're wondering, you don't need to master different versions with different loudness targets for different streaming platforms. One single master version will do just fine for all the major streaming platforms. A word about the loudness wars. Are they over? Are they not over? That is a loaded question which I'm not going to go super deep on because I do that in a video that I'll link to in the description. Also, if I'm being really frank with you, I think the term war is not super productive. Ask 100 engineers/producers and you'll get different answers from many of them. If I say yes, the loudness war is over, nothing changes about what you should do in the mastering process. If I say no, the loudness wars are not over, still nothing changes about what you should do in the mastering process. The better question is simply, should you care about loudness? And the answer to that is yes, you should. Personally, I like the original master of Nirvana's Nevermind album better than the current remastered version on Spotify. Other people might have a completely different opinion, and that's totally fine. All you need to do and worry about is know how to get a loud master when the situation calls for it. If you're mastering your latest EDM track that will be played in festivals and in nightclubs, do not master it to -14 LUFS. Use references or stick to my super generic loudness category examples. The trade-off you need to understand about loudness is that the louder you push the LUFS or RMS of your track, the less dynamic it will be. The opposite is true for quiet masters. Less dynamics allows for more loudness. However, you can still have less dynamics but retain perceived punch if tools are used in the right way. In the beginning, you may or may not overly obsess over loudness like I did. The number one secret to getting loud masters is always going to be through striking the right frequency balance in the production and mix. Loudness starts there. A great song will have a nice distribution of frequencies across the spectrum by naturally selecting instruments that occupy those different frequency ranges. If the volume balance of those is just right, then applying the right amount of EQ and saturation will yield the best perceived loudness possible. Secondary to all of that, but also important, loudness is achieved through stages of reducing peaks and dynamic range through the mixing and mastering process. If peaks and dynamics have been controlled properly and made consistent in mixing, then less work needs to be done in this regard on the mastering side. I like to compare it to doing really great prep work on a paint job. The smoother the sanding and more thorough the priming, the better that final coat of paint will show up on the wall. Remember that loudness is best achieved more transparently through multiple stages of dynamics processing, compression, limiting, and clipping throughout both the mixing and mastering process. Now, what if you can't get your master loud enough? First, realize that some songs are better off not being as loud. Again, consider the genre you're working with. But if more loudness is wanted or needed, then ask yourself these questions. Is there any sonic energy that is tied up in the lows and low mids? Are we missing a lot of the mid-range frequencies in the mix that our ears are more sensitive to? Remember the Fletcher-Munson curve. Is the track still too dynamic? Am I having to use more than 3 dynamics processors before my final limiter to get it loud? The goal is the same as EQ. The less you have to do in mastering to control dynamics, the more transparent you can be as a mastering engineer. This is why learning how to master is one of the very best ways to improve your mixing or any other part of the production process. As we've already stated at the beginning of this course, mastering has a really powerful way of pushing back on your skills as a mix engineer and producer. finally, the process. The process of applying your final limiter is very simple and will be the easiest and most rewarding part of the job if everything prior has been executed on really, really well. First, we bring the volume of the master as close to digital zero as possible before the final limiter. The goal is to be within 3 dB of the loudness target before the final limiter. Then we identify the loudness difference between our song and the reference. And that's when loudness metering comes into play. Then we simply bridge the loudness gap with the final limiter. We do this by setting the output ceiling to -1 dB and then pull down the threshold or push up the gain depending on the limiter until you've reached your desired loudness target. What's happening here is that the limiter's output ceiling is preventing any peaks from going over and above. And as you push up the gain or pull down the threshold, you're essentially bringing up the volume of quieter energy so that the perceived loudness increases. Because of the recent change in Spotify's output ceiling recommendations, it's important to bring your reference down to -1 dB if it's higher. This way, when you're measuring, you're comparing between songs with the same output ceiling. I've decided to put dynamics processing and limiting in the same demo because they're so closely related. So let's jump into it. We have our notes section on the right-hand side here showing our checklist of things to do, which I'll use mostly just in the first track. And then from there, it'll be more of a fly on the wall approach with perhaps less talking. So let's just go ahead and jump right in. Our first track here again is Sweet Sabotage. And here's where we left off with our last EQ move. I actually did make one slight adjustment offline. I think this was about 9 o'clock here, and then I just put it all the way back down. I didn't think it needed that much high end. First thing is to identify the differences. And we do that with a couple of tools. In the beginning, with just the dynamics processing section where we kind of control peaks and things like that, we're really just using this waveform to identify the differences. So let's zoom in here. Now we can see that everything is just across the board, all completely uniform. And that's obviously because they've applied limiting. I'm sure they've applied some saturation and clipping in theirs in this anti-hero reference. But we want to just kind of chip away at these peaks little by little with not just one tool. We don't want to hit all of our dynamics processing with one tool because that's going to be a lot of work for it to do. And we'll get a much more transparent result if we combine layers of like clipping and limiting and occasionally, perhaps some compression. For the most part though, as I've mentioned, I've been leaning away more and more away from compression and only been using that, I think, when I'm looking for things like glue, if I want to sort of create more cohesion with the instrumentation and occasionally maybe some character as well out of compression. But for the most part, we're going to just be using a combination of clipping and limiting, honestly. And I think I already can tell just from listening to this several times and looking at the waveforms. First move that I'm going to do is just shave off these transients. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 rogue transients, and then the rest of it is pretty much consistent. So what I want to do is first shave off these larger kind of rogue peaks and transients and get those to be more uniform with the rest of these transients here, right? And here. So by doing that, we can better kind of prepare to continue to bring this thing into a more uniform dynamic range. So the first thing I'm going to do is grab a clipper, and that's my standard clip. This is my favorite tool for clipping on the master, and it just does a really transparent job. Let's go ahead and go to our loudest peaks here and just see where they're clipping at. So that one's at -5. I bet this one will be a lot more. So -4, not a lot more, but -4.2, and then the rest of these, they're hitting, no more than like -6.4. So I want to get this larger peak to about -6.4. So we're going to have to do about 2 decibels of clipping there, which is great. I I don't want to do typically more than that unless I really have to. So I'll go ahead and just bring this down to negative 6.4. And I think we could actually do just a touch more. And that's, you're not going to notice that. That big clap is what is kind of hitting that. Yeah. So great. That's really transparent. And now much more uniform. If I were to bounce this in place, you would probably see that everything is now more uniform together. Next thing we want to do is just control the rest of these peaks and get a little bit more squeeze. And I'm going to do that with this. It's one of my favorite tools for both saturation and a little bit of extra dynamic squeeze while retaining some punch. And that is the precision maximizer. So what I'm going to do here is actually increase the volume of my, let's see, the output ceiling here, and bring it up to as close to digital 0 as I can.
Sweet, self-sabotaged and hot on me, bleeding lungs so I can hardly breathe, and dragging me down to save me, drowning in my brain's hatred, lessons in the patience of sweet.
So good. We've got it to close to 0 without going over. And now I'm going to add this in. And this has a shape knob, which gives me some really cool kind of color and saturation. And then I just blend the mix in with that. I'll turn this on to limit mode so that I'm actually hitting a ceiling. I'll keep that ceiling at negative 0.1. And then we'll just increase this. Listen to how this sounds if I were to turn the shape up all the way. It's a little bit too aggressive for me, so I'm going to turn the mix knob down. Really start to hear things break up. Let's listen to the reference really quick. And then what I'm going to do here is use my map meter, MOT, I believe is how you pronounce that, and see how our dynamic range is doing. Surprisingly, our reference is actually pretty dynamic for a pop song. Usually pop songs can really be squashed like crazy. And what you'll notice is that this middle meter here is going to show me a color and a dynamic range. Green is healthy, and then anything below that is we're going to start getting into an unhealthy dynamic range. I say unhealthy, but in all reality, just use your ears and you get to be the one that decides what's unhealthy and what's not healthy, right? And this is just showing us that, hey, we're moving away from being more dynamic if we get into like the yellow, orange, and red. So let's go ahead and see what our dynamic range is of our reference here. Cool. So around 7 or so on this short-term LUFS readout. This is actually kind of somewhere in between RMS and short-term LUFS. So it's, these are going to be slightly different, but pretty much similar to short-term LUFS. And so I'm going to try to match that without losing the vibe and character of our track. I like it. I think I'm just going to get like another dB is all of gain reduction and my final limiter. I've pretty much done all the dynamic control that I want to do and saturation between these two tools here. And so we're ready to sort of throw this into the final limiter. I'm going to actually play around with the mix knob one more time and see if there's a sweet spot that I can find. Cool. I like it. And then our final limiter, we'll use the, I'm not usually terribly picky about my final limiter because what we do here is literally just the last, 1 to 3 decibels of gain reduction. And I've already hit a good amount of gain reduction and clipping. And I really just want like an extra dB, maybe dB and a half. So I'm going to use this FGX here. It's actually, I really love this plugin here. And so first thing we need to do is set our output ceiling to -1. That's what we teach just to be in line with the most recent update with Spotify. This could change, just so you know. It's kind of arbitrary in a way, but they are doing this to account for potential overages when it comes to things like inner sample peaking. So if you have inner sample peaking, that means those are kind of like peaks that go and sneak through the digital ceiling that you set. So this is a digital ceiling, but when it turns into analog, there could be sort of little peaks, digital peaks that sneak through in the form of an analog kind of overage. That would be because of what's called inner sample peaking. And you can look that up. There's tons of information online about what that is. And there's also a lot of, just a quick word about this. There's a lot of songs that are hits that have been released that are, hitting over because of inner sample peaking, that are, peaking over like the true peak values. And so you just kind of have to be the one that decides, do I care about that? Do I not care about that? But it's just important to know what it is you're doing and what that could cause potentially, I suppose. If you're a mastering engineer, you just need to be aware of these things. So we'll set it to -1 and we'll go ahead and just apply our limiting. One thing before I do that, I am hearing, just with some of our S's, just a hair of de-essing that I might want to do with a specific mastering de-esser. You can use any mastering de-esser that's out there. The one that I like to use is the Weiss de-esser, and that is this right here. Just does a really transparent job. So try to use a mastering de-esser, something like this, or Soothe. There's more and more out there today, more so than there were like 10 years ago. The reason I'm using this is literally just to catch a couple of rogue, harsher S's that are coming from the fact that I've increased the high end. I've boosted high end, between the clariphonic, just kind of the coloration of the clariphonic, the coloration of the Pultec here. I'm not really boosting at all on the high end, but this is adding some high end. So between all that stuff, we are brightening up the track, and that is therefore causing some of our S's to be a little harsher than I would like personally. And so I'm going to hit those with this Weiss de-esser. And this is just pretty simple to use. I just need to pull down this threshold. That's obviously way too much, so I'm going to bring this up. Maybe a little bit more. There's another place here. Yeah, lessons in the pavement of sweet sabotage. So there's a lot of S's there that I want to control. Okay, I think I want to do just a hair more. Turn that off. cool. Check over here again.
So I can hardly breathe and dragging me down, save me, drowning in my brain's hatred. Lessons in the patience of sweet sabotage, any sweet self-sabotaging.
That works for me. Let's go ahead and get some gain reduction here.
Learn so I can hardly breathe and dragging me down, save me, drowning in my brain's hatred. Lessons in the patience of sweet sabotage.
So what I'll do here is pull the output down of this so we can just match these. I'm going to pull the output of our reference down so it's hitting at -1 as well. About there. Cool. And just using my ears, we can tell that that's pretty much the same. So that's it. That's all I want to do for this one. Let's go ahead and just listen to the beginning. Just kind of get a feel for how things sound.
You could say that my life is a mess. It's contradicting what everyone else says. You're out there living out your best life, but you don't know what's going on inside. Always been too sensitive. Told my whole life that's what it is. Sticking like fear, the words are here, and no one ever knows that am I sweet self-sabotaging, haunt on me, bleeding. Too big to hang out, slowly lurching towards save me, drowning in my brain's hatred. Lessons. It's me. High, lay the waste. This time haunt on me, bleed. Exhausting, always rooting for. Can hardly breathe in.
Yeah, cool. We still have all the punch that I want and have controlled everything really well dynamically, and have done that with 3 different dynamics processors. 2 dynamics processors prior to our, if we're counting this guy here, which is just hitting the S's, or just hitting some of the S's. I'm not really counting this. So between our clip, our precision maximizer, and our limiter, that's 3 altogether. And that's pretty typical for me. I usually do about 3 or 4 combined total of clipping and limiting, including the final limiter. All right, so let's move on. We'll be a little bit quicker moving on to the rest of these and just kind of go through the process just without as much talking. So I'm going to go ahead and assess the waveform here and play things. Let's bring this up. Bring this down. So sausage, man, this is very, very compressed. And if I were to actually play this, you'll see just how little dynamics there are. If I bring up the mop meter, let's go ahead and pull this up and play this right here. Completely in the red. I think this was around like 4 LUFs, short-term LUFs there. Really crazy. So I personally am not going to try to push it that hard, but I'll get it close enough to that. First thing I'm going to do is a clipper. Get everything into uniform dynamics. We have like this guy here, that. All right, just want to bring that into a more uniform control. So this is what I'd say is my cruising altitude of about that. And then these are peaking -4. So I'm going to do about 2. That's pretty standard for me. I'm going to go get this to about 6. Cool. And then I'm going to do, I actually want to do maybe, let's see, Black Box by Plugin Alliance, their emulation of the Black Box kind of saturation tool. So plugin, where are you? Black Box Design. Instantly like that. Cool. Let's see where we're at dynamic-wise. Typically, if I get to around like here and I'm still in the green, that's a really good sign. If we're hitting around -9, -8, and I'm still in the green, that's like a great sign. So, you know, I'm just going to have to match this reference, I'm just going to have to squeeze this a little bit more. And so I'm going to do that. Let's go with just one more stage of limiting before the final limiter. I'm just going to get like a dB there and then a dB or so more from the final limiter. So we'll do, I mean, just any old limiter will do. I'm going to go with the L2. That gives me a visual representation of what I'm getting in terms of limiting. Yeah, that's a good sign. The sign that I'm looking at here is that I'm more consistently and evenly hitting this limiter here. Watch this again. For the most part, we're getting a pretty even amount and distribution of gain reduction there. So I'm going to push this up just a hair more. We'll do a dB there, and then I'm going to do the FGX, this guy. Let's go here, like we know we're supposed to, -1, ceiling, and then I'll push it up about to a dB. So let's go ahead and bring this up to -1, see how we compare. It's not going to be as loud, and that's fine. Well, it pretty much is. Let's go ahead and see how our dynamic range is doing. So I'm not pushing it as hard, and that's fine. But that's pretty much all I want to do for that one. So that's great. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. This is a lot more simple than you'd think. All right, Pretty Liar. Really dynamic. So just upon first assessment, we have a lot of impacts here. Boom, coming from a lot of low end impact. You can see they're evenly spread out, so I know that they're coming from something rhythmic. They're not rogue. I really want to just clamp down on those with clipping and not really color the sound at this stage. So I'm going to go, first of all, let's see what these are hitting at. at some of our loudest. Here's our final chorus.
So I don't have to go
Negative 4/7 there. Let's see this one.
to, you see,
Negative 4.5. Let's get it to negative 6.5 maybe.
you see, I don't mind. You can tell,
All right, I'm going to bring this back up.
you see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything.
Okay, let's play this. We'll bring this gain down a little bit here. More dynamic than something like this, and maybe even, you know, maybe similar in dynamic to Anti-Hero. Completely different type of instrumentation, but we have that kind of low end impact that this is getting, just like this one. Kind of pulses in and out of the red, which, you know, we maybe will want to do. But let's go ahead and just start, applying some processing. I'm thinking I may want to use some compression here and just get a little bit more glue. But I'm going to have to do another stage of limiting, I think, here. I'm going to use just a standard. Let's try the L2 and just do. Bring the output ceiling down here to about negative 6.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. Have to go. Have to go.
Let's bring it down.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
That's fine. And then I'm actually going to do some compression here. I'm going to use the G-Bus compressor by SSL. So I'll go to my dynamics, native bus compressor. I'm going to do a low ratio, not that. So it's already on 2. Auto release. I'm going to do a faster-ish attack and just squeeze down a little bit on that impact again, while also grabbing a little bit, doing some compression on the rest of the instrumentation.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty life.
We're still
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind.
cool. So what I'm going to do here is do some makeup gain and bring things up to like loudness. And then we're just going to apply like our final limiter, I think. I think that's good. So, let's do that. Let's bring this down.
Have to go to bed another.
Oh, we need to bring this down.
Have to go
I'm going to try to hit right up to
to.
that
Have to go.
0 ceiling.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
Cool. And then we can apply our last limiter. I'm going to do just a hair more of compression here.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty life, pretty life.
Bring the ceiling to 1.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
Not that much.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty lie, pretty.
Bring this up to compare properly. Bring it to there. That way our digital ceiling is the same, -1. They have a lot more sub information than ours, but that's okay.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. I needed to lose you to love me. To love me, to love. I have to go to bed another lonely night.
I want a little bit more something, I think, coloration-wise. I'm going to backtrack here. I'm going to throw on, after the SSL native, I think I want to throw on the black box. And just get something here.
I have to go to bed another.
Way too much. Actually, going to need to give this a little bit more headroom and throw this on probably right there.
I have to go to bed another lonely night.
So we're going to need to kind of feed this a different volume here. Bring this down.
I have to go to bed another.
Bring it down more.
I have to go to bed and
In fact, you know what? I'm just going to backtrack all the way.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me.
Let's go ahead and take that off.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
Might want to do some parallel work here. I'm going to kind of crank these. Turn it down to save you.
I have to go to bed another lonely night.
Let's do parallel mix here. Bring it down to like 70.
I have to go to.
Maybe a little bit more.
I have to go to bed another. I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me.
That's good. I know it's getting crunchy, but I like it.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me sad. I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind.
Maybe a little bit less.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me.
Now that I've done that, you know what? I might need to do less of this.
I have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me have to go to bed another lonely night.
Cool. Bus compressor. Bring down the makeup gain.
Have to go to bed another lonely night.
Too much compression, feeding it too much. There's a lot of like interplay with these tools, so we really have to kind of go back and forth and massage things. I'm just wanting to make sure I'm not getting too much feeding into any one thing.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
We'll go with the dB total there. And then the output of this, I want to feed at a lower volume. So I'll bring that down to -6. I like hitting compression around there on this dB of this compressor here.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, have to go to bed another lonely night. You see.
Yeah, it's too much still. L2, bring this down even further. Let's bring it down to like there.
Have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty liar, pretty liar, pretty liar. So I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind.
It's really, I kind of like the crunch that it's created on the impact a bit. Let's go ahead and just use the last little bit of dynamic range control, a little bit of limiting here. Save our ears here, bring this down.
So I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
So we have this crescendo at the end here. I'm keeping that in mind, and I don't want it to hit too much, but that can go over because that's just like a single instance.
So I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
To love you, and once the chapter is closed and done. To love you, to love you, to love you.
Bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You
Needed to lose you to love me. To love you, to love you, to love you. And once the chapter is
me lies. So I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. Wonder if our love's the same. It's been so long, I really need to feel your touch. So please tell me lies, so I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied. Pretty liar.
think a lot of the work is happening in this black box here, and I'm kind of going back and forth as to whether or not I want that much of this. I'm going to maybe back this off a hair.
Wonder if our love's the same. It's been so long, I really need to feel your touch. So please tell me lies, so I don't have to go.
Instantly like that better, and now I can kind of feed things a little bit more.
Wonder if our love's the same. It's been so long, I really need to feel me lies, so I don't have to go to bed and
Okay, bring this up just a hair.
tell me lies, so I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see,
I like it. That's a lot better. I'm just going to check the last chorus.
tell me lies, so I don't have to go to bed another lonely night. You see, I don't mind. You can tell me anything to make me satisfied.
Cool. Moving on. Next mix is Baye. And this is really dynamically controlled. Just a few rogue transients. Got this one right here. This stuff right here. The cruising altitude of our transients, I would say, like our peaks are kind of this stuff here. So let's go ahead and even that out. Classic old standard clip. Let's see what this is peaking at right here. -5. Let's see what this is hitting at. About -5. So perhaps we'll take it to -7. Now when we give it a little bit more squeeze, I'm literally just going to use, on this type of music, I actually really like the, let's see here, maximizer. This one's simple for me. I really just want to bring it up to loudness. FGX2. I'm curious to see what a little bit of compression would do. It's kind of cool. Why not? Ceiling to -1. Let's listen to a reference. Bring this down to -1 as well. Different mix, so keeping that in mind. Might want to do just a hair more out of this right here. Normally don't have it at 100% on the shape. I'm going to go ahead and back this off just a hair. Tell you what, I think I'm gonna do just a little bit more in terms of squeeze. Just do another. I like it. Great. Last one. Similar thing. So I'm going to use this section here, see where we're peaking at. -2.8, so that was quite a jump there. Interesting, this one looks higher, but this one's peaking higher. It's interesting. Regardless, we're gonna really let this hit the clipper a lot harder. I don't imagine that's going to be audible. So I'm going to bring this down to -6. Yeah, what is that that's hitting that? think she says the word and. Yeah, what's happening is she's singing and the kick is hitting at the same time, kind of a pickup. Yeah, I don't hear any like audible difference, honestly. So we're going to save ourselves quite a bit of headroom there. And then I'm going to do some more uniform dynamic control here. Tell you what, I actually do think I want to use... This is a case where I think I'm curious about this. A little bit of glue. I like that. I'm going to just bring this up. Save our ears. Curious to know what our black box would sound like on this. So I'm going to give that a whirl. I'm also tempted to warm it up a little bit with this J37. So I'm going to go black box first. Got to go to, haven't categorized that plugin yet. So plugin alliance, black box. And here we go. Instantly too much because we're pushing up on this too high. I'm going to make up some of this gain with the black box. Really like the triode. So yeah, we're clipping here. Let's go ahead and let's see here. Yeah, I guess we'll just like back off on this a little bit with some parallel mix. Yeah, I really like what this is doing. I think all we need to do is like a final limiter maybe. So let's go ahead and do FGX. Oops, got to change our ceiling here. Okay, see how we're doing compared to our reference here. Can't even remember what this reference is. That's right. And that's it. We've just finished mastering 5 tracks with EQ, dynamics, processing, along with some saturation, used compression once or twice, but overall, nothing super fancy. The process is fairly straightforward, honestly. One important takeaway, I think, is that there's no one-size-fits-all plug-in chain or setting across these masters. Certainly, there's tools that work consistently for some pretty objective purposes, but you'll notice that I pretty much stuck to a handful of the same tools across the sonic and dynamic spectrum, and the settings were all different. And if you don't have some of these third-party plugins, your DAW should have EQs, compressors, saturation, clipping, and limiting. And there's also more free plugins on the market today than ever before at any time. So there's no excuse for not putting in time to practice this process. As always, it's concepts over tools. The more you practice this process, the more you can act on instinct, and the quicker and more confident you'll be with your decision making. So that's it for this video, and we'll see you on the next one. Up to this point in the course, you've learned about the fundamental concepts and tools used in mastering. And truthfully, if you learn to master these concepts and tools alone, it should equip you well enough to get professional results. Simply watching this course, however, is not going to get you across the finish line. You have to constantly spend the time honing your skills through application and ear training. Get really intimate and familiar with these basic concepts and tools, and it will take you far. With that said, in this section of the course, I'm going to answer some additional questions you might have and cover some of the more advanced mastering tools that we haven't gone over. Let me be very clear that these advanced mastering tools are not the secret to getting pro-sounding masters. Notice how we didn't jump right into advanced tools. We started with the fundamentals because they are far more important to learn and understand first. One question you might have is with regards to mastering multiple songs that will go into an album or EP. Times have certainly changed when it comes to the approach for mastering albums. With advancements in music production, artists are continually expanding their sonic palette and experimenting with releasing a wide range of styles and sounds. Trying to apply the same EQ and dynamics processing to an entire album might not be the best approach depending on the music. Also, with more and more artists releasing and promoting singles, you might be wondering, how do I make all these singles sound like they fit into one cohesive album? The question is cohesion really what you want or need in the first place? In our opinion, you shouldn't place too much emphasis or stress on trying to make them all sound like they all have the same EQ profile. There are plenty of top charting artists that have released albums with songs that have wildly different sonic characteristics and even different loudness readings. However, if you are wanting to intentionally create sonic cohesion, the best way to approach this is to simply take the best sounding mix, then master that really well, and then use that as the reference for mastering the rest of the tracks. You'll master all the other songs just like you would master any other single. That means you'll simply apply the necessary processing unique to each track. If you have a large album and your computer can handle it, simply create separate tracks for each song or piece of music and apply all of your processing directly on each track. Otherwise, feel free to use different sessions per song, using the reference track I talked about earlier, which you would have already mastered. The only exception to this would be for artists, bands, or music that use all of the same traditional instruments throughout the entire album with minimal to no production added. For example, a rock band with guitar, bass, drums, and vocals on the entire album could potentially use a lot of the same processing for both EQ and dynamics. In this case, you could process lightly on the individual tracks and then perhaps glue the album together with some additional compression and EQ settings on the stereo bus. If you were to do this, you'll want to make sure that each song is relatively close in actual volume to make sure that your tracks can receive fairly similar amounts of compression and dynamics processing. Otherwise, you might end up compressing one song too much, another song just right, and another not at all. If you're mastering an album of choral music with no production added, you'll probably be just fine to apply EQ and dynamics processing on a global level. If you know your tools and concepts really well, you can do whatever combination of this you'd like or think would be best to serve the album and meet your or your client's expectations. Over the years, the continued advancements in DSP, or digital signal processing, has resulted in more and more engineers ditching their analog gear and engineering in the box. If you don't know already, in the box refers to only using software plugins to do the job. Many mastering engineers do a hybrid of both analog and digital, but more and more are moving towards mastering solely in the box because of how good the plugin emulations have become, in addition to the speed and ease of recall. My production partner Caleb recently sold all of his outboard analog gear because, in his words, analog emulation has out-analogued analog. The argument for him is this: plug-in emulations of outboard gear are painstakingly modeled after the very best sounding units out there. In other words, a UA1176 compressor that was manufactured today could have a very different tonal quality than a version made back in the late 60s. Let me be clear that this is not an argument for one over the other. I've heard of successful engineers who have gone back and forth over the years between all analog, hybrid, and an all-digital approach. I must say, though, the convenience factor, speed, and ease with which you can recall any session perfectly is hard to beat. Not to mention, the hardware maintenance costs go out the window. If you're an analog guy that swears by analog, that's great. I'm personally not one to stick to any one camp because technology and trends change constantly in this industry. And I believe that it's important to be flexible and open in your view of these things to keep up with the times. If you have the funds, take the opportunity to experiment with an analog setup and see if it's something that's right for you and the kind of work that you do. I'm not going to spend much time on the subject other than to say, if you're worried about auto mastering services taking over the industry and stealing the jobs of mastering engineers, I'm here to tell you not to worry. As objective as mastering is, it still requires far too much nuance and feel for AI to beat a great mastering engineer. If you're just starting out with mastering, AI might do a better job than you mastering your album, and it very well could be a temporary solution as you're getting familiar with the process. However, if you're serious about your work and you're not quite confident enough to master it yourself, send it off to a trusted mastering engineer. Trust me, it will be worth it. As I've already mentioned, the healthy mindset you should have as a mastering engineer is one of enhancing rather than solving problems. Once you've gained a strong understanding of the application of the tools and concepts already taught, you may be ready to start using some more advanced tools. I hesitate to use the term advanced because once you learn them, you'll realize that they're pretty straightforward. The challenge for most people comes in using them in just the right amounts and not overusing them. These tools can give you a bit more control over solving minor sibilant or resonance problems, adding additional punch, and even adding width when needed. In a demonstration coming up shortly, we'll cover the 4 following advanced tools: de-essing, mid-side processing, transient shaping, and stereo imaging. Let's get into the demo. All right, I have a session here that I've already mastered, and here are the 4 advanced tools that we've listed. And I've already used transient shaping on this master in 2 different ways, and I'll show you what that is. I haven't used any stereo imaging or mid-side processing or de-essing, so we'll go ahead and play around with those just to show you what they can do. And actually, we've already used de-essing on one of our other demos, so you should already know and be familiar with a mastering de-esser. Just know that you can use any mastering de-esser or transparent de-esser. Do some research, type in good mastering de-essers. My favorite is the Weiss de-esser or the Oak Sound Soothe plugin. All right, let me show you what's going on with this transient shaping. I've got 2 instances of 2 different types of transient shaping. One of these is what's called Oak Sound Spiff, and I'm narrowing a band here to get a little bit of extra punch out of the fundamental of the snare. I was just feeling that the snare was buried a little bit too much compared to the reference, and I just think for the good of the song. And so I wanted to bring that punch out a little bit. So I narrowed in with this frequency band here. I can move this around, and I centered it around there or so, where I felt the fundamental was of the snare. I actually went and narrowed in on that here as well. So you can see I have a little boost at 200. I could probably honestly get away with moving this down just a hair, because I think it's a little bit below 200. I think it's around here or so. And so that's lifting it there a little bit, bringing it out. Can't do it too much because I don't want to mess up the volume balance of everything else in that frequency range. So just touching it there with the Pro Q3 just a bit, and then this is going to do most of the work and kind of give me a punch whenever that snare comes in. All right, so the other thing is this newfangled punctuate. Newfangled punctuate is a transient shaper, and it's a multi-band transient emphasis like plugin. It's a really an amazing plugin to emphasize the transients of specific bands. There's no other plugin that I know of other than Spiff that sort of does this in the way that it does. It gives you the ability to kind of change the percentage of the emphasis. They have this thing called adaptive transient, which is really cool. It basically is just like how much deviation there is from like what you set here, I believe. And yeah, you have transient length, all these things. So this is giving me a little bit extra at that same kind of frequency area, but then I'm doing the kind of top end frequency smack, like the attack of the snare I'm getting with this lift right here from this like 4 to 8K range. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this on and off. Notice how much more punch there is and smack there is from the snare when I turn this on and off. So here is without. Just pay attention to the snare.
I got you.
'And then here is with.
I got you. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're my starlight. I need you all night.
Better yet, since it's really kind of challenging to level match this because I have newfangled, or no, I have, what is it? I have a lot of gain on the trim here on this, and that's feeding into my black box a lot more, and so it's changing the sound. Better yet, to give us a fair comparison, I'm going to remove everything after, including the limiting. So go ahead, and if you need to kind of just turn things up, and we'll do a before and after. I'm going to actually go here. I'm just going to have to remember, I'm going to say over here, 7.2, just so I remember to bring that back. I'm going to bring this back to 0. So let's go ahead and turn this up here.
I got you. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
32-bit float makes it so that we're not actually clipping here or hearing audible clipping. So again, listen. Here's without.
I got you. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're my starlight. I need you.
And then here's with.
I got you. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
Without.
I got you. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me.
And with.
I got you. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on.
That's pretty cool. Should be able to hear that if you have a decent pair of headphones on. So let's go ahead and bring this back. So that's transient shaping. And you just really need to experiment with this and learn these tools, right? You have to really move things around, kind of see how things interact, watch some YouTube videos, and you just have to really kind of mess with things, turn things up and down, see how things change, get familiar and intimate with those, and then you can use them, in subtle ways to get what you want. All right, so that is transient shaping. The next thing I want to go over is mid-side and stereo imaging. And I would put these two in the category of like proceed with caution and just make sure that you don't overdo it, because you can really quickly kind of mess up the balance of the mix and just throw things kind of out of whack. But one cool plugin that I've really come to love, and honestly, I'm kind of late to the party with this plugin, and a lot of my colleagues use this and love it. This is the black box design. This is modeled after an analog piece of gear called the black box, and it's a saturation box. So with this new edition, they've added mid-side mode. So as it stands, when you open up the plugin, it's in this kind of parameter link mode, which links both the left and right channels. As you can see, left with L and then R for right. And so you can see as I turn these knobs, we're getting these linked together. So let me put this back where it was. But if I unlink this, I can separate left and right channels and do something different on the left than I'm doing from the right. Or I can separate the mids and the sides by clicking MS. And when I click that, you'll notice that the left channel turns into a mid channel and the right channel turns into a side channel, as indicated by these letters. So now I have control over, stuff that's just in the middle. And what I've done here is I've added a little bit of weight to the low end without adding that to the side information. I've just done that to the mids, and I really, really like this. And then there's this nice parallel mix knob here. I think they've always had a mix knob. It was just somewhere different. I think it used to be up top here. But as you can see here, I'm only adding about 15% of this whole entire thing. And we've got a couple of different saturation modes. Pentode, I think, is like an even harmonics saturator, and then triode is more of an odd harmonics saturator with a little bit more grit, and then saturation is like a mix knob for saturation that I can blend in, and it's got this really unique sort of like band selection or frequency selection here, where I can go from this low cut and focus in on this like one band here, which is what I've chosen. I can do a flat mode or decide to do something more scooped, etc. And so what I'm doing is I'm narrowing in on this one low end frequency at 70 hertz. I'll go ahead and solo this so you can hear it. You hear all that bottom end weight? And so what I've done is I've narrowed that cue and honed in on that, because that's like the low end kick drum and bass in the middle without affecting the sides. And then I've done some extra stuff on the sides. So let me go ahead and just A/B this. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. And what I want you to really pay attention to, what I get the most out of this plugin is in the weight in the bottom end. You'll really hear that. Really quick, I ended up turning this up to about 26% offline. But let's go ahead and A/B this. So here's without.
Yeah.
I got you, moonlight, you're starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
One more time, without.
Yeah.
I got you, moonlight, you're starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're starlight. I need you all night.
Bit of an angrier low end, which fits the song perfectly. That's great. I know I'm increasing volume. It's only increasing volume by like 1 dB though. So even if I were to volume match this, I mean, that's the the thing is that this is adding mostly that weight in the low end, and obviously getting a little bit from the sides here. I've added subtle amounts of saturation here, obviously just because this is only at 26%. Now this being at only 61%, or what is that, 81%, and then this being only at 26% just gives me kind of a more subtle amount on the sides there. Let's see if we can isolate what's going on with just like the side information as well. I'm going to turn off mid-side, and we're going to affect the entire stereo channel and see if we can't tell the difference in terms of what's happening on the sides. So let's go ahead and change this to, yeah, we'll just turn it off and change it to stereo mode.
Yeah. I got you. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can. Yeah. I got you. You're the starlight. I need you all night.
Not a huge difference. Let's do it one more time.
Yeah. I got you. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you.
Again, what I'm mostly getting from this by having this in mid-side mode is just like just more energy in the bottom end, more kind of like oomph in the bottom end, which is what I want. So that's great. And the other mid-side processing that we could add if we wanted to, didn't opt in for that for this, but just to show you, is with EQ. And most EQs are going to have a mid-side mode. This is the Pro Q3, and you can just simply select side here and start, adding frequency bands. Actually, let's go ahead and turn this back to stereo. And we just need to change this to a high shelf, and then we can boost this up. So we'll put it on side mode.
Yeah. I got you. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride.
It's a little bit more subtle with the sides, but if I turn this to mid, it'll be a lot more dramatic.
Yeah. I got you. You're the starlight. I need you all night.
So if I wanted to maybe get a little bit more like snap and crack out of the snare, I could change this to a bell. And obviously this is going to affect everything else in the mids too, like my vocal. So I got to keep that in mind. But let's go ahead and change this to mid and just see if we can't get a little bit more kind of snap out of the snare.
Yeah. I got you. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride.
That's kind of cool. I mean, it may be something I do, but yeah, I don't want to necessarily affect the vocal as well. Let's go to another part of the song.
Yeah. I got you. You're the starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
Yeah, it's just doing too much for me, doing too much to the vocal, but you can see how this gives you added control over, separating the sides from the mids and being able to affect just instruments in the middle versus the sides. And yeah, just having that much more control can come in handy in certain situations, but I don't use this that much. Out of the advanced tools, I probably use transient shaping and de-essing the most. So for whatever that's worth to you. Let me go ahead and take this off. And yeah, one more thing about mid-side. One common thing that you can do that can be useful is if you wanted to, let's say, ensure that everything stays center, in the low end, you have everything, let's say, below like 100 hertz or wherever you set the low end to be, you want that to be in the middle. What you could do is add a low cut on side mode, and what this will do is cut out the low end on just the side information. So as I pull this, all the side information goes away, and eventually I'd get to mono if I had it all the way up here. But with it down to, let's say, 80 to 100 or 150 or so, I can say everything below this filter is going to be mono.
Yeah. I got
It's in stereo mode still, so I'm going to change. Actually, I just did the wrong thing. Let me go ahead and reverse this. And this is my stereo, so I'm going to add this one in side mode and change it to my low cut, and then we can do this. There we go.
Yeah. I got you. Starlight, I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
Don't necessarily need to do that, but if you wanted to make the low end a little bit tighter, more in the center, that's one thing that you can do. Stereo imaging is the last and final sort of advanced tool that I would say, again, you need to tread lightly with and be very careful, because you can very quickly mess up and ruin the balance of the mix. So let's go ahead and check out the Ozone 9 Imager. If I were to go and affect imaging in any way, this is most likely what I would use. A lot of the other, like the free Polyverse Wider plugin, for example, is just, it introduces some weird phasey stuff that's very audible if it's put on the entire bus. At least for this one it was. And maybe I'll just show you what that sounds like. But let's go ahead and just kind of show you what's going on here. This is a 4-band imager, so I can affect the imaging, the stereo imaging, on 4 different bands that I have, pretty good control over in terms of which frequencies these bands occupy. So I could say everything below, 100, I'm going to have more in the middle. And by pulling these down, that goes more towards mono. So with these all down, it's going to be all mono.
Yeah. I got you.
Cool. So if I put these back up to 0, that's just plain, whatever was originally coming in stereo-wise. So if I start pushing these up, that's where we start to get the imaging effect. So let's go ahead and just mess around with this and see what happens.
Yeah. I got you. Starlight, I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. Starlight, I need you all night.
See how strange that sounds when I crank all these low mids?
Yeah. I got you. Starlight, I need you all night. Yeah. I got you. Starlight, I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
I think out of all these, if I were to do anything, it would be either these two, right? So let's go ahead and just do a little bit.
Yeah. I got you. Starlight, I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. Starlight, I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with
I just don't like it. It's doing something that I don't like. And again, most of your imaging and stereo width should come from the mix. And in this case, I like the stereo imaging that was applied in the mix. I don't want to mess with that too much. So I'm going to go ahead and take that off. You could see though how, having control over these bands, might allow you to pull a little bit of width out of something that was just too narrow and only affect those frequency bands. So that can be really helpful. Stereo-wise, this stereo-wise button gives us the ability to add kind of a delay type stereo imaging effect. So that's a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah. I got you. You're starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. I got you. You're starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You're starlight. I need you.
It's interesting, but again, don't necessarily need it on this. All right, so let's show you how you can really mess things up with wider. Let's go ahead and apply this at 100%, and you'll just immediately hear it.
Yeah. I got you.
It's awful, and I can't listen to it for more than 2 seconds. So even like in subtle amounts, it's awful to my ears.
Yeah. I got you.
Weird stuff going on. Okay. So you can even say, okay, I want to bypass everything below whatever frequency you set here, and it still doesn't sound good to me.
Yeah. I got you.
All the high-end information, notice how that just gets all wacky. Listen to all the symbols and high-end information.
Yeah. I got you. You're starlight.
Very strange. Okay. No bueno. But this is great on individual instruments that might need to be wide. If something's totally mono and you want to just make it wider, this is great for that. All right, I'm going to turn this off. And that's pretty much it. We've already gone over de-essing. Again, I use the Weiss de-esser, but any de-esser that's more like transparent, you just have to kind of look up and try different de-essers that sound more transparent on a master, on a stereo bus. And this is one of them. This really does a good job at being transparent and only taking out the harsher frequencies, even within this band, this range. It just does it really, really well. So this, as well as Soothe. Soothe can be really good for tackling some of those harsher frequencies in a more transparent way. I pretty much stick to those two things if I'm going to add any sort of de-essing, right? But again, if the mix is great, in this case, it didn't need any de-essing at all. Even when I cranked the high end, it was still sounding great. And I didn't crank the high end. I'm just saying, even when cranking the high end, I didn't get any nasty, harsh sibilance from the vocal. But these tools are there when the situation calls for it. And I have used this in mastering. I definitely have. Ideally, the mix is great. You don't really need any of this stuff. It's not to say that you're only going to add, transient shaping or any of this stuff when the mix is bad. It's just when very specific situations call for it. And then in this case, I needed a little bit more punch or wanted a little bit more punch out of the snare. So transient shaping was great and it worked fantastic. Adding spiff and adding this punctuate plugin gave me what I wanted and didn't necessarily affect the rest of the master and what was going on. Didn't affect the balance of the instruments. It just gave me what I wanted. So that's it for the advanced tools. Remember, the most important thing is that you have a great mix and you will have to use very little, if none, of these advanced tools when you're working with a fantastic mix. And the mindset, again, should be subtlety with these tools. The word advanced doesn't necessarily mean that this is rocket science. They're very straightforward, but you do need to train your ears to make sure that you use these things with the right amount of subtlety so that you don't mess up the intentions of the mix. That wraps it up for this course. Way to stick through it. If you've made it through this entire thing, I congratulate you for doing so. I truly hope it has benefited you in some way. I just want to give you my final thoughts as I send you on your way to applying what I've taught here. I hope that I've been able to show you that mastering isn't this sort of wizards only side of engineering. It certainly does require a lot of time and dedication, however, to put out consistent results at a professional level, but that's no different from any other profession. Also, it's not about just getting the tools in your hands and then all of a sudden you're going to make magic happen. That's just not how it works. And it's why video after video, tip after tip won't be what gets you these skills. What gets you these skills is a dedication to consistently applying the process, checking in with people that are better than you, getting their guidance, checking your work against your favorite records, and being humble when clients have criticism of your work. Rinse and repeat, learn some more, fail quick and fast, learn from that, realize that skills worth showing for don't come overnight or even after some course. And that's coming from someone that co-wrote a 2-year program with some other engineers. A great program or course can certainly cut down on the learning curve significantly if it steers you in the right direction, but ultimately, your success is up to you and your determination to stick with it. Anyway, I hope that through this course, you've been able to see the symbiotic relationship that each part of the production process has with each other, and that a successful master ultimately starts with and is dependent on great musicianship, great songs and music, and professional recordings, productions, and mixes that are in service to the music. I think some of the best engineers are great at what they do because they realize that even with all the fancy gear and tools and technical prowess they can demonstrate, they're ultimately in service of the music, which means that any rules that you hear from anyone teaching this stuff, including myself, can be broken if it ends up producing a better sounding result. Also, in a lot of ways, mastering really is just like mixing in that you're using many of the same basic tools that you would in mixing, but instead you're applying them at the global 30,000-foot level. This is again why mastering has a really powerful way of pushing back on your mixes and productions, pointing out where any flaws are coming from. So, to recap, we've shown you how to master using great reference tracks as a guide for decision making, using that reference to observe gaps, then applying EQ and saturation, if desired or needed, to bridge those sonic gaps. Then you make observations as to what's happening dynamically. Is it too dynamic? Is it not dynamic enough? Does it need more or less punch? And then apply dynamics processing to bridge the gap and get your master into the ballpark before a final limiter. I've shown you that applying the final limiter is easy when you've done the process beforehand really, really well. Mastering in general is easy and more enjoyable when you don't have to solve a ton of problems that should have been handled in the mix or production. However, with some of the more advanced tools, I've shown you how you can have a bit more control over things like resonance issues, punch, and width. If there's one word you should come away with that sums up mastering, and one you've heard a lot from me in this course, it's enhance. And sometimes your job as a mastering engineer is simply to just not mess up when you're handed a great mix. The better the mix, the less you have to do, which means the more subtle and out of the way you can and should be as a mastering engineer, which will probably make your clients happy. And then there's the mix that is less than ideal, where you're providing feedback and pushback on the mix to make it better, and still you end up having to pull out all the tricks and advanced tools and massage the thing like crazy to get it to the finish line. And if the client's happy, you've done your job. At the end of the day, if you make them smile, you win. So go forth, get good, enhance, and make great music. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate a complete start to finish master for 3 different songs in different genres. This way we can bring everything we've learned all together into one demonstration without as much stopping to explain or teach the process. I'll just simply do it. I will, however, voice a lot of my thoughts as I make decisions, but for the most part, this is going to be a fly on the wall type viewing experience. So let's jump in. As you can see in blue, these are my final mixes, and in the red or orangish red are my references. And I've got those references, the titles for those references listed here. Starting with the first one, let's get right into it. So the volume of this is pretty low. Let me zoom in and kind of check out some of these. So that peaks at negative 7.4. See some big areas here and here as well. So a lot of these peaks are hitting around negative 7 point something. One thing I'm already thinking about sonically is trying to bring the vocals forward and just the instrumentation forward a little bit. So I'm going to be keeping that in mind. Let's go. And then the other thing too is this rogue transient that spikes up to negative 6.4. So we have a lot of dynamics that I want to just control right off the bat. I'm just going to do that quickly with the standard clip. I'm going to bring negative 6.4 down to like 9 or maybe even 10. Maybe like there. Yeah, like. Cool. So negative 6.4 turns into negative 9.4 as the loudest peak. And that way you can see this is. We're getting closer to kind of a consistent cruising altitude in terms of peaks. Let's go to the reference and see what's going on here. I'm going to probably have to turn this down quite a bit.
I've got nothing left to lose.
Tell you what, I think what I'm going to do is, now that I've got this, I'm going to turn this up to 6. Cool. And now I can, yeah, I'll bring this up a little bit still. Definitely a lot more low end in here. That's what I like about this, but I think that this wants to be brighter. So I'm going to keep that in mind as well. So I'm just start making some moves here. I'm going to go for an SSL. Let's go to the channel strip here. I want to brighten this up a little bit. somewhere around here. I'm going to go ahead and just commit to it. Back off. Moving along here, I'm going to do some low end stuff. I'm going to work on some low end. Brightened up the high end a little bit. I'm thinking I might want to do even more on the top end. I'm leaving a little bit of room to do some work with, I'm going to only do about this much. I'm going to try to get a little bit. I'm going to move this down. In fact, I'm going to move this down a little bit. Sticks and stones, brick and bone. And I'll become the host, living just to erase it. Grab, let's see, the legacy here. I want to do a couple things. Sticks and stones, brick and bone. I want to bump this up. Sticks and stones, brick and bone. I want to really boost this. Sticks and stones, brick and bone. Yeah, I really like that. Let's try 60. Sticks and stones, brick and bone. Too woofy sound, or too like muddy sounding. Sticks and stones. This is kind of cool. Sticks and stones, brick and bone. And I'll become the host, living just to erase it. Thick and thin, wherever I've been. Fingers. Yeah, I want to get rid of that 200, I think. Let me just boost this. Sticks and stones, brick and bone. And I'll become time to give in, bring on my mind. Yeah, I'm gonna do a dip at 2. Time to give in, bring on my mind, bring on my mind, bring on my mind to feel, bring on my mind to feel. Time to give in, bring on my mind. Listen to the low end difference. I'm gonna compensate for volume. Yeah, it's sounding good. Kind of want to do one more move up top, and maybe even. Yeah, I'm gonna broaden this. Kind of spread things out amongst different EQs. I kind of want to get some pumpitude going on here. Maybe a little saturation and grit. I'm thinking. Yeah, we've created a lot more dynamic with this, so I kind of need to rein that in. Part of me wants to do. I may not end up doing this. Okay, I think part of me wants to. I can't bring it down here. There's no real output volume, not that I know of on this. And so I need a way to just simply bring down the. I just need to level match things, get it back down. So I'm not feeding so much volume into this. I think what I'm going to do. I might just throw a gain plug in it on here. Let's see. I could do that. You know what? Scratch that. I'm going to go like this and just bring it down here. And then I'm going to go ahead and feed it into Saturn. Let's bring the volume up. Maybe I want to try some like tape or something, actually. Let me try the Ampex. Kind of cool. I'm going to clip again. Ours is brighter. I'm just going to match the low end. Yeah, we got the low end closer to this reference for sure. Yeah, so listen, so far we haven't done any limiting or any like compression, and we've just done EQ and clipping. And look, we're so that's peaking at negative 2.2, and with all this. Some more clarity, a little bit more low and just more open. I'm going to start just bringing up loudness and just giving it a little bit of limiting. I'm going to do, let's go with the precision maximizer. Give it some of this. I'm going to bring the output down to kind of like level match. Okay. I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to maybe back off on this just a little bit. Again, I think this wants to be brighter than this one. So I think that's fine. I'm going to just kind of bring this up to loudness and call it good. Let's bring it up with the FGX compressor. I could squash this a little bit more. I don't want to. Part of me wants to maybe go back to this right here and just pump a little bit more into that. And then... Sometimes I like to see just how much I can crank it without things totally blowing up, just to see if I've controlled dynamics well enough. Yeah, it's just too much. It's crazy, this low punch, what that can do. Just for fun, I'm going to bounce this in place. So you can see just how much more dynamic ours is. And I think I might want to actually backtrack on some of these moves. I think this Ampex isn't quite doing the kind of clipping that I want. So I'm going to kind of go back here. Yeah, I think I just need to do more clipping. I mean, that's doing quite a bit right there. Just because, so we're feeding a lot into this clipper. I don't want to do that. I'm going to go like this. Yeah, this is somehow creating so much dynamic. Yeah, that's more like it in terms of loudness for me. Listen to how much energy we got from that kick. Let's turn everything off, turn it way up. We'll even just 32-bit float makes it so that we're not actually going to hear some clipping here. Compared to this. Pretty cool. All right, we're gonna move on. Let's go ahead and go to this guy here.
Come turn me up, don't be shy, baby. Come turn me up, don't be shy, baby.
Pretty like well controlled in terms of dynamics here. I'm going to turn the gain down on this just a hair, just to keep it at -6. Let's go ahead and match these sections here. Lots of low end that this needs. Mid-range, Okay, let's get to work. I'm going to go ahead and just do what I usually do. Clip this. Actually, instead of doing that, I'm going to use Saturn. This gives me a little low and bump. I can do a little bit of clipping with that. I might do both, actually. It's too much. Do a little bit there and a little bit here. I don't have to do much on this because everything's already really controlled and consistent. So I'm going to do just a touch of this. Just get the very tippy top. I feel like I'm getting a little bit too much from this. That's better. Not having to do a lot because, again, this is a lot more controlled dynamically. So now I just want to give it some juice with, let's go with, I'm going to just use this really quick. Yeah, I think we just need some 3K in there. Might break it down with this a little bit. But I also might just do a lift. I'm going to try Pultec. Not sure if it's going to be the thing, but See where that fundamental is of that kick really quick. I don't know why 30 does it for me a lot of times.
Shy, baby.
I'm going to go for some ultra high end with the clairphonic. And that is right here.
Laughing crazy. Sometimes I wonder if come turn me up, don't be shy, baby.
Part of me is wanting to do some saturation, almost like a little multi-band saturation with some of this. It's focusing on just this range. Let's see. Focus in on like maybe this range here. I like to crank this. And do maybe like clean tape. I think I like that. Yeah, with that move, I think I didn't need as much of this clariphonic. Okay, now I think what I want to do is just start bringing it up to loudness. Bring it up with, I really like using, like the maximizer. I don't know if I like this anymore. Maybe just not so much of it.
Laughing crazy.
The kitchen.
I'm going to start to bring this up. Yeah, I think I'm liking it. Just want to bring it up with the FGX, or I could even go as just simple as the precision limiter at this point. Bring this down. Totally different kick, right? This has got like a longer tail to it. Okay, let's turn it off. From that to this. More open to me, more definition in the low end. Obviously a different kick, so we're not quite getting the same type of impact as we're getting with this. This has got like a shorter kind of like chest thump to it that I wish this had, but it's just can't really do much there. Curious to see what the actually pretty impressive. Pretty cool. So like low punch knob is pretty killer. I'm doing slightly more gain reduction, but getting more kind of that hit me in the chest. Cool. I'm down with it. Let's go ahead and move on. What's going on here? Yeah, it looks like I'd already kind of like matched sections. All right, so really, really low in volume here. Let's see where these peaks hit at. So that impact is going to be clipped for sure. So cruising altitude is about -9. I'm gonna kind of get it to there with standard clip. Let's go with the distort. Yeah, there we go. Bring this down to about there. probably go a little bit harder with that actually. Okay, low end for sure is what's needed. Cool. I'm gonna do a little bit more. I'm just gonna bring it to 10. One frequency I hear. Yeah, maybe we could do this right here. For sure want that. Maybe that even. So I'm gonna go like this. Tell you what, I'm going to do some of this mid-range. Sometimes I can get what I want with the clairphonic in that kind of area.
mine? You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together? You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Bodies together entwined. Are you mine?
Part of me wants to boost 200.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time?
It's almost getting a little bit of thump in the kick.
You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine?
A lot of listening. This is how it goes.
Is it all in my mind? You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine?
Basically, what I'm doing here is I'm just going, okay, at a similar loudness when the EQ is on, like when I turn the EQ off, if I bring this up and kind of like listen to it at the same, like a similar loudness,
You mine? Is it all in my mind?
am I making improvements or not?
You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine?
Yeah, I'm so second guessing that dip at 500.
You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are
Maybe just a hair.
you mine?
Okay.
You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? You mine? Is it all in my mind?
Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. So I'm going to keep going.
Is it all in my mind?
I'm really going to shove this into some saturation. I'm tempted to use the black box. Go into our plugin alliance and go to here.
You mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined?
Yeah, I like that. Give it a little bit more, something like this.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time?
Let's bring this up. Gain.
Is it just a matter of time? Do we need
Back off here.
is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of color here. This shape knob is a lot of coloration that I don't need.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time?
Part of me wants to actually ditch this altogether and just go for the Elevate plugin, which is Eventide. It is Newfangled Audio, and we'll do Elevate.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you
Now, why am I grabbing Elevate? Well, I think I'm going to try to back off on this a little bit.
is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time?
Yeah, so what I want to do, literally just brought this in to figure out where that fundamental is. Usually it's around 60, and that was the case here. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to do a touch of limiting, not much. We're already getting 2 dB here.
Is it all in my mind?
I think this is default. I think this defaults to the adaptive gain.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Do we need
Perhaps we can use the filter bank to change our fundamental here.
Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine?
That's pretty cool. I'm going to go some transient shaping here, do the same thing.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? Mine. Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined?
I might just need to go to the filter bank here and turn this into less bands. So I'm going to do that and literally just I just want to affect the low end. That's it. So I'm going to center this around. Let's see if I can do that.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? Make me shiver. Go on and make me blush. Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? I wanna love you. Is it all mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever our bodies together entwined? Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you
Cool. I dig it. I don't necessarily need any louder than this. You know, we've got a lot of saturation, a lot of the right high end moves, I believe.
Is it all in my mind?
I'm second guessing this clariphonic. I might just bring it back a hair.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine?
What's cool about this is I could go into clipping, although I don't necessarily want to do anymore.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever?
If I wanted to just go kind of silly loud, now all I need to do is come to my output ceiling here.
Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever? Our bodies together, it's mine. Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever? Our bodies together, it's mine. Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Mine. Is it all in my mind? Do you love me forever? Is it just a matter of time? Are you mine?
Ours is more dynamic and perceivably similar in loudness, in my opinion.
Is it all in my mind? Is it just Are you mine? Is it all in my mind? Do you love me for
Yeah, I look for drama. Yeah, I'm
time? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever? Our bodies together, it's mine. Are you mine? Do we need to rewind? Do you love me whatever? Our bodies together.
I dig it. I think that's it for me. There you have it. This one needed less processing. Look how much less we needed to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plugins on that one. This one needed, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plugins. This one needed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plugins. So maximum 8, 6 on the other. On the last one, it's not a one size fits all. So there you have it. Hopefully this kind of brings it all together for you. You can see that the thought process is pretty well the same for each of these, and the tools are going to be slightly different depending on what it is you're trying to accomplish. And I'm using tools to accomplish very specific purposes and get the sound that I want, that I'm looking for. So that's it for this video demonstration. Now it's your turn to go and put this into practice.
Congratulations on making it to the end of the course. That's no small feat. You've invested 6 hours into yourself and your music, and trust me, it's going to pay off. So now the most important thing is that you go and you actually put this into action. There's no point having all this knowledge rattling around in your head and just binging YouTube videos if you don't actually go and put it into practice, apply what you've learned, get under your fingers and practice as much as possible so that you start to get really familiar with these tools and these processes. And the reason why we teach mastering first inside our program, which I'll come back to in a second, is because once you really get this stuff down, if you understand EQ and you understand compression, you understand volume, and you understand all of that at a very high level, and you're getting a track to that finishing point, well, now you can reverse engineer the rest of the process because you know where you're headed. And also, it is just a lot easier to learn how to use EQ, compression, limiting on a master because you're working with just 2 tracks rather than potentially hundreds of tracks in a mixing context. Now that you have a pretty decent understanding of what mastering is, what it entails, and you've started to go through that process, next time you load up a mix, you're going to know where you're going. You're going to be thinking about volume and limiting and how am I going to get this to the end point that I want it to be in the mastering process. And even if you go further back into production and recording, you're going to be starting with that end in mind, and you've got way more clarity on where you're actually headed and what that final step looks like. So if you're interested in taking this to a whole other level, then you might be a good fit for our 2-year program called the Reverse Engineer. And it consists of 3 sections. We start with mastering, then mixing, then production. So for all those reasons I just explained, we start with mastering, but instead of a 6-hour course, it's going to take you about 6 months to go through that first section. It's 10 times more content than what you've seen here, and we go really, really in depth, but you also get access to a private community of incredible musicians, producers, and engineers to work alongside. And that's one of the favorite things once people are inside is actually the community. And then you're also going to get access to one-on-one coaching with our team of mentors. So pretty much every day at this point, we have a Zoom call, or at least one Zoom call. Sometimes it's several Zoom calls where you can hop on and you can get help with your mixes, your masters, get feedback, ask questions, and you have a conversation with a human being to help you progress much, much faster. So if you're interested in learning more about how all of that works, then you can just go to mastering.com, and all of the information is on our homepage, and it'll kind of show you how the program works. It's effectively a degree alternative, but it is part-time. Most people doing the program have full-time jobs outside of it, and it's also for students of all ages. The majority of our students are actually mature students. So if you're interested in learning more, again, you can just go to mastering.com. Other than that, thank you again for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and what I recommend you watch next is our compression course. This is a 10-hour compression course. This is obviously a tool that we covered in this mastering course, but we're going to go much more in depth, and we're going to talk about compression also in a mixing context and just really hone your expertise with that specific tool, which is the one that people tend to struggle with the most. So if you want to check that out, you should see it on screen now. You can just click that to hop on over and watch our free 10-hour compression course. Okay, enjoy, and I hope to see you again soon.